To be forged in the fire is a badge of honor to be worn with pride. It implies the sharpening of skills against the fellow steel of opponents. It implies strength. It implies durability, and it implies surviving the heat in battle. Overall, across this competition, 11 playdays had the competition wage on and slowly whittle down to 2 rosters. And now, a single best-of-5 series is standing away from the actualization of dreams and aspirations for 2 rosters. Welcome, everybody, to the Crucible Grand Finals. My name is CDAPS and I'll be acting as your host today, but I'm not alone. We have some of the greatest minds that T3 Siege has to offer. We have analysts known as Klimps, known as Yali. Mason, I'll start with you. How are you doing today?
Good. We had some great games yesterday. I think that ultimately when it boils down, we are going to have quite a fun grand final. Of course, we've mentioned the story a little bit yesterday if you caught up to that game where you've got the young heads of M80X, a very young team, a very bright team with a very bright future in front of them, against JJ, who has been around the block for quite some time. I'm excited to see if JJ is going to show the new kids on the block what's up, or if new school is better than old school.
And Yali, how are you doing today?
Dude, I am so pumped. JJ has been able to walk through a lot of this. You mentioned they've been forged in fire, but I'm not sure they really faced a whole lot of fire. They 4-0'd these last 2 matches. And honestly, moving beyond that, M80 is probably just as good. Actually, the first time that they might actually get something put up to them. So I'm so excited to see them, maybe be humble a little bit even.
I mean, with M80, they're a roster that isn't very well tenured. They're really new. If we want to pull up the bracket, we can see that, yeah, they've been looking incredibly dominant on the left side. They started off, they shut down Outlast completely, and they made Core look kind of silly, Mason.
Yeah, they did. I mean, ultimately, M80X really bullied Core yesterday, and they had mentioned in their interview, Aiden said that this is one of the more put together teams, one of the better teams that they were going to be matched up against. And ultimately, Core played okay in the match, but it just felt like they could never keep up and contain the pacing from M80X. They were always on the front foot. I felt like Rice had a really, really solid match, and it's nice to see that because he's someone who I felt like has struggled in recent memory, especially when he was with the Cardico roster. So to see Rice really fill into a nice role in this team, Aiden also mentioned in the interview that he does a lot of the late round adjustments, and I think that that really shows true and very, very strong for this M80X roster.
I mean, meanwhile, on the other side, JJ and Co. Yali has been almost a story of 2 different teams. We know JJ rosters, they've been around for so long. They're super structured. They sit down, they go for the plans, and all of a sudden, as soon as they come to the Crucible Finals, they just look completely different.
Yeah, no, JJ himself said it after that very first map against Cruelty in these playoffs. He said, what are we doing? Why don't we just pretend like it's scrims? Let's just swing these guys. And they started swinging and haven't dropped a map since. None of their opponents, both of which being T1 or formerly T1 rosters, couldn't even hold a candle to the pacing that JJ was bringing, absolutely demolishing any defense or any attack, in fact, that they had put up against them. JJ, honestly, he brought the inspiration to his team. He does it through these, absolutely wild antics. We've all seen the interviews, right? And he's not going to stop today.
Yeah, it's been just really great to see him leading by example, setting forward, and just cranking the tempo up to 5 million for his team as they just seem like nobody can touch them. But overall, when you're going up against a roster like M80, as we get the rosters up, we know that there's some star power, there's some name power for the side of M80 Academy, and a couple of the names not on the screen would be right behind, mainly, Fett offering some great coaching, as well as Merc.
Yeah, and they're great coaches. You've got that pro league experience in the background. Like, ultimately, I love the way that this team plays, the energy that they bring, I think is rather exciting, as well as, of course, the console community that really backs these guys. They're a young team, but they're a very good team. Now, the only thing that I would mention is a little bit lacking in their department is the entry game. I felt like they did a solid job against Core yesterday, but that's some facet that they're still working on is ultimately the entries. But you can still see they've done this well with being negative on the entry. That means they're very good at staying in rounds, even when they lose out on that opening pick battle. This is a team that can make it deep.
On the flip side with JJ and co, this is probably the best named roster that we've seen JJ be the captain of. A lot of these players, they've been around the block as well, but when they form together, it seems like they're a little bit of a, more than the sum of their parts. Yeah, you've got names like Snake as well as Recited, even Emilio probably finding his best form here at Crucible.
Yeah, and another player as well, Epic, who is new as of, I believe he was just picked up for the playoffs games. And he's been doing, he's been holding his own as well. But all three of those players, including JJ, has had his moments. Like, no one on this team is slacking off as they continue to try and push their way in to win the grand finals. You watch them, I mean, truly, it's so easy for them in all these moments, right? Those three players just over and over again. Super simple, and more than anything else, especially on these attacks, they love the shields. They've been bringing so many shields and using them as spearheads to get into position, and no one's really had an answer for it yet.
Yeah, and Mason, as you look at this graphic, Recited and Epic, those are the players that have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting here throughout the playoffs. AMT, he was the one that got dropped for Epic, and you can just see that direct upgrade glow up.
Yeah, Epic had a really solid stint with Loyalty is Scarce, of course, the team that blew up in Element and looked really, really good. And then as they started getting more and more figured out by other teams, they started to fall off a little bit. But Epic got some great experience in that moment, but also showed that he is a really solid shooter as well. Had that old experience with the Aerial Rise roster when that organization was still around. So ultimately, Epic, a very solid player. You can see he's filled in a good job. It's not to discredit Amty, who's a solid player and who JJ has been around for a little while, but Epic ultimately was an upgrade, and you can see that this team is playing different. They've got a lot more fire under them, especially on the attacking side.
Yeah, and with them playing so differently, probably the biggest byproduct of their play change, Yali, probably has been the shield play. We've seen it be, just executed flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you're that Valkyrie right there. You're just sitting there, you've got two shields rushing at you. What are you supposed to do? And I'm not saying that there aren't cracks in that shield play, but they look invincible, and they've been playing and acting like they're invincible too. And you can look at these stats. I mean, that attack entry time, under 60 seconds in playoffs, right? 50 seconds in playoffs. Defense entry also even lower in playoffs, right? We talk a lot about how aggressive their attacks are. How about how aggressive their defenses are on top of that? Not letting any attackers get any sort of a foothold in the building. Just no chance for them.
Yeah, it's been fast. It's been explosive. It's been so much fun to see for the side of JJ and co. And Mason, it's like we haven't ever seen this side of JJ.
The last time we saw a team like this under JJ performing was with the wildcard restart, where the former Fluffy Amers roster had made it all the way through. But they look really good. They're a team that play a lot different. It's not the typical North American play style. It's much more amped up. It's a lot faster, higher octane gameplay. They're playing at like a Valorant pace round where you've got to be it a lot faster, right? Those rounds are only about a minute and a half versus three and a half minutes if the diffuser goes down in Siege. So you can see the difference that it's making, and it's a struggle for teams to deal with this different style of gameplay. The faster rounds often make those less coordinated teams struggle, especially those who have to try to retake back to the bomb site. You see the last couple teams that JJ and Co have played against, they've got those big wide extensions in Cruelty as well as Friendship Team. They both struggled with that ability to react and counterplay, and now we'll see if M80X also follow the same.
Yeah, hopefully for M80X, you have the two players, Yali, that we were saying are the X factor for this roster. You have Stompin', you have Aiden. Those are the people that are always going to step up, and I feel like there's so much pressure on them in a series like this.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, they've got pressure on them, but it's not like they're not used to it, right? I mean, Stompin' and Aiden at this point in Siege, those are household names. They've got people watching over their shoulder every single thing that they do, and they still pull off these phenomenal plays, absolutely bringing their teams often from the brink of loss, right? Their statistics, if we see those in a second here, they aren't really what you would expect, right? The opening kill, the opening death, they're way behind on their entry, and yet their conversion is really solid, and their recovery on top of that, almost 50%. Almost half of the rounds that they lose the opening engagement, they're still winning, and 9 clutches to boot. I mean, that's a team that has what it takes to bring back any round that they probably should be losing.
Yeah, Mason, when you have a roster that, sure, we can always just go, yeah, you know, the entry, it's not doing that well, but you maybe think that the system that they're implementing might be a little bit of a gambit. It might be a little, hey, if we do get the opening pick, we're gonna win, but they have a safety net with that clutch factor.
Oh, exactly. And it's the strong players, the strong personalities, of course, as well. Every round, it seems like M80X are out of, they find a way back in. And I think that that's ultimately a mentality thing. It's probably a really, really strong side of some of that Fett and Merc in the background. Obviously, Merc being that primary coach, providing a lot of that insight and a lot of the energy to those players. You can tell that M80X are a team that go off of vibes. They go off of energy. They're a synergy team, right? So ultimately, that's also a factor in this match tonight is can they keep their heads together even if it gets a little dark and grim? Because JJ and Co have looked really, really good. They've beat some very, very good rosters after a rough element half and stint. So I would like to see if M80X can work their way through potentially chalking themselves if that does happen.
And with that, we did get the opportunity to sit down and pick the brains of both of these rosters. We have an interview with M80X, we have an interview with JJ, so enjoy, everybody.
Oh, thoughts against Core? I mean, we already know it was going to happen, man. We went into that game. I mean, we owned Rival on console. We're going to own them on PC. That was our mentality, and it worked. You just have to realize, like players just cannot compete. Like, Moses cannot shoot his gun. So when we knew where he was at, we just all ran at him. It was a free kill. At the end of the day, it was a fun game. I'm proud, very proud of how we played. I mean, we get better every single game. Yeah, I was very happy with the outcome of the Core game. Epic, again, Saints fan, but I'll have to put him down. He's cool. Emilio, I mean, he's ass. Scrim star, only getting scrims. Recited, I think when I played PC like 2 years ago, like all he could do was play FPLD. Like he was an FPLD, and I don't even know how he got on that team. That kid is king fraud. Snake, I think that kid had like one legacy like T1 spawn in and then dropped and then never even scratched the surface again. Or all that kid does is get on Twitter and complain like he's top fraud. That's my opinion on all four of the real players. Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna play our game. That's what we've been doing. No one's been able to stop us yet, and I don't think JJ will be the one. It's not our first BO5. I don't know if it is for any of them, but like Roller Prime, they have a BO5 that's also happening today that after we win this, Stoppa's going to go win Roller Prime. I go, nah, I mean, I don't really have anything to say. I mean, again, like shout out to the content creators, all glory to God, like all that stuff. Like happy to be here. A lot of improvement. This is just the beginning. We're going to qualify for Pro League in a couple months too, so you'll see us then again. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
If I say he can use like the money he gets for second place for a gym membership, is that too far? No? Okay. Okay, I'll just say this. I mean, I just think M80X, the Jinxie Glazers, are just like need a humbling, you know? The last like 6 to 7 months of my T2 journey have been just like gate kept by like Packer, Adam, and like Kobe Lax, who are like actually good at the game. Individually and as like a team, like structured wise, like that whole Makers roster, either edition was like a T1 caliber team, and they proved that when they went to a major. So now, like I was every T2 or T3 league, I was just getting like second place to them for a good couple months, and now I'm in the finals again, and I don't have to play Packer, Adam, or Kalax or Tristan. Like, I get to play fucking console switchovers who are shit. Like, I'm rejoicing with joy today. I'm so happy. Like, every time I load into a grand final, I was like, oh, fuck, gonna lose to Packer again. And then today, I'm like, I'm playing M80X, bro. Like, I'm not losing, and it's a best of 5. It's not even like a best of 1 where, like, anything can happen. Like, they're not winning. The LG game yesterday, I mean, what did I say in my pregame interview before that one? LG sucks. Eddie sucks. Nick sucks. They even had Giddy, and they still couldn't hang with us. Like, I was completely lagging, and I'm still out here popping 3Ks flanking stuff. So, we've beat the two probably favorites of the tournament to get here, and I've been lagging the whole time, and I expect my internet to be fixed tonight. So I am very confident in our ability. I don't know their map pool, so I'm not doing any prep for this. This should definitely go on the stream. I have no clue what their map pool is. I don't know what maps they like. I don't know what maps they're bad at. All right, let me tell you right now, chat. I'm banning Lair. All right, I don't know how to play it. Banning Lair. We're gonna play whatever map we play. I don't give a fuck. We're gonna beat them.
Well, I think Lair is not going to be in the pool if JJ has anything to say with it. Mason, in a best of 5 series, the map bans are incredibly important, but I feel like in a series like this, the shit talk might be even more.
Ultimately, a lot of fun to see these two teams, the two players, obviously, of M80X and JJ go at it with each other. JJ's always been a loud personality in T3, Tier 2, like, in his whole heyday, he's always been that guy. And Aiden to step up and also bring a lot of that heat, a lot of that energy from the console side, it's very, very enjoyable to watch. And it's nice as a fan of the game to see a little bit more personality on the side, because it's been a little quiet as of late. So I do like to see that.
Yeah, I completely agree. When players step up on the personality scale, it's just more fun for everybody, for the viewers, for us to just kind of build these storylines. It's been great. But Yali, as we go into the map bans, I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint. I think Lair's going to get banned.
Yeah, Lair was banned. I actually expected Clubhouse to be banned first. The M80X actually has a hugely positive win percentage on Clubhouse, and JJ has not played it. And we'll see that M80X didn't actually end up picking it, that opting for Chalet. But seeing it banned then later. So, I mean, both of these teams have extremely deep map pools. A lot of these are going to be super even matchups in terms of win percentage for either of these teams. Like, nothing really stands out as being out of the ordinary. And I'll tell you right now, I'm really excited for Nighthaven Labs, and to see the way that JJ and co set the pace on that immediately against Friendship Team. Really excited to see if they decide to do that once again. I mean, how many times have they said, oh, this is map 1, round 1, let's just rush and see what happens and then win the round. It's over and over again, and M80X has got to deny them that, especially on Nighthaven Labs, where they've shown exactly how they do it.
Yeah, Mason, all these maps are leaning a little bit more towards the aggressive side, bar maybe a little bit of Bank in Nighthaven, but with how we've seen JJ and co looking for the side of, Nighthaven, it's been kind of fast.
No, it has. And I think ultimately, although we may not have a super fast map pool, I do think that we will see a lot of fast map gameplay. And going into Nighthaven Labs, JJ and Co should be starting on the attack since that's their map pick. I would expect that they are going to try to do what they did in the first couple of games of the playoffs and try to be fast, try to go through, use the Blackbeard or the Blitz. One of those operators, obviously, is their spearhead and cause some hell and chaos in the site. The other thing I wanted to talk about in the map ban veto is I was hoping it was going to happen today, but it did not. Lair did not get played this entire season of Crucible. Like, that's kind of crazy. Especially with the popular, like how popular the map is and the kind of resurgency that it had. Like, I felt like an element we saw a lot of Lair. So the fact that in Crucible we didn't see it at all, very shocking.
Well, I do know that we're going to be seeing Nighthaven Labs for sure. And before we send it off to the casters, I want to get predictions. Mason, speak with your heart and your brain. Who do you think's winning this?
I do not mind the map pool for both teams, honestly, so I can't really make a call. But if I were to say anything, only because I want to do the bit, I want M80X 3-1. Let's go, Aiden, Tax, and Stompin'. JJ, you're done for, buddy.
Yali, yours as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is an absurdly close matchup. Like you said, the shit talk might be really important. JJ hasn't really come up against that in the past, and anytime he's gotten pushback, if they aren't really thinking about their fundamentals on top of how aggressive they're being, they tend to crumble a little bit. So I think M80X might actually be the team that gives them that pushback. So I have to agree with Mason. I think this is, I'll say a 3-2 in favor of M80X. I think we're going all 5.
And with that, the map is ready, so we're going to toss over to the casters. Goose and Infernosis, take us away.
The Kings of Shit Talk is the only apt way to describe these two rosters, Goose, and I have to expect it will start off very strong here for Labs. We saw JJ start off exceptionally well against Friendship and Team in their very first round. They got their first blood within like 22 seconds, taking the upper rafter side in Warehouse. Speed is king, but you're now facing a team where speed is also their #1 priority. Safety means nothing here, folks. It is a straight up brawl, and Labs is a perfect map, I feel like, to start here, Goose.
Yeah, not even looking at just the pure speed of both of these teams on Nighthaven Labs. This is a map not only historically for JJ and Co, but throughout this entire series so far, this entire event, has been a map that M80X has found so much success on, and there is no better place to start a new era of Siege than one of the newer maps in the pool. There's no Packer, there's no more Giddy or Kobe Lax. It is either going to be a King era or a JJ Ballsack era.
Oh my goodness. Opinions here, Goose. We had the desk talk about what they think it's going to be. What do you think this total series result's going to end up like between JJ and M80?
I could see 4 to 5 maps rather, but I do believe just the pure mechanical skill and the fact that they have coaches like Fett and Merc behind them, M80X is just going to be too hot for JJ and Co. to stop.
Balls in your court, M80X. If you let it go to 5, I have to believe JJ will take you down on Consulate. It is a strategically viable map, and this is not a very strategic team, but they got defense first, and look what they did to Cruelty. Ooh. A team that was expected to get here, was expected to sweep nearly everybody, and instead turned it back on its head 7-1. Like, you cannot let it get to that 5th map. So if in 5, it's JJ, M80, take it 4, it's all yours. But you got to start on Labs. JJ just looked nearly unstoppable against Friendship. I have to envision that this should start to go their way, especially with them starting on the attack first. Bans, anything crazy? Deimos and Blackbeard, nothing out of the ordinary. Tubarao to slow things down. You don't want to leave that up. That'll make the IT wall stall a little bit harder to manage and harder to slow down for those attacking sides. So be easier to get inside with your hard breach. And we know how much JJ like to use their hard breach. Will the ace come big for Epic? Or will they be stalled out? And will M80, they actually have double hard breach, something they weren't really rocking previously. Maybe they're really wanting to make sure they have hard breach available at all times. But will M80 be able to shut those down? We shall see. That last fan being a zombie. No Kiba barricades for that upper rafters inside of Warehouse.
Importantly enough, while Blackbeard is still off of the board, being banned out by JJ and Co., we still have not only Franklin on the Clash, but Monty, which has not only been a pivotal part of the attacks for Nighthaven Labs, but also has been a pivotal, almost a kind of characteristic of these JJ and Co. attacks throughout all maps. So the fact that this Monty has been allowed to be left up is kind of M80 just saying to themselves that either they're not scared of this shield play by JJ and Co, or they do want to try and use it later on. But one thing is for sure is that JJ and Co will be leaning into this very shield heavy meta to start off their very first round.
Want to try to get electrical open. Sorry, not electrical. They want to get this pillar wall into connector open. Have to use their EMPs. Toss out a use ace charge and is breached open. Clash is going to be something that will be in the face for JJ and Co. To keep an eye out for. And now you're seeing Epic rotate over to get that IT wall. Information plentiful for M80. They're just trying to use that mirror window for intel. When placed inside, JJ is already up into rafters. M80 were vacating this position, something Friendship and Co didn't start to do until about round 3 when it came into their defense. JJ punished them in accordance, though, making sure they did not ever feel safe going there. So a smart play and a great read, the coaching staff for M80X, reading well and understanding my team needs to sit a little bit more static towards sight, hold these fronts, slow the JJ and Co side, and to have so much intel. That's what's important, because they throw a wrench into things at the most awkward of timing, and there's that first blood. Shut down Snake. It's stomping to strike first.
Yeah, very poor swinging. Gonna be kind of leaning on this Monty to find an opening, almost given stomping. Another kill, and he finds one on the JJ. All that respect from M80 on the defense has allowed for them to get a lead, but Recited shutting it down.
Recited gets 2. The shield comes through, and it's not your Monty. It's not a Blackbeard that gets banned. The blitz steps through. Franklin, Deviant finished. Rice with the TCSG. Where goes Emilio? It's the afterlife. As 60 seconds left. The eyes for Rice have been ripped apart, but they have yet to be capable of finishing a reload was required, and it's Aiden. 3 kills, 4 on top, and Recited is no more. Round 1 down to the wire, but M80X hold on barely to scrape away a win against JJ.
If there was a way to start this best of 5, a way to just summarize what we will see in the further rounds, in the further maps as we go on longer in this series, not exactly the replay that they thought, so that is the round.
We're on border?
I guess we've been teleported to border, actually.
Oh, wow.
I know.
We're supposed to go there, map 3.
I didn't know Zay had that kind of money. Script's been leaked.
Script's been leaked.
Yeah, but it's a round where everything was absolutely up in front. And to be fair, M80X respected JJ Co in that early round, not trying to contest that wall over by connector, not trying to hold anything inside of Raptors by storage, allowing for JJ and Co to get that map control, build up their execution, kind of a way of M80 just welcoming them in to the bomb sites, allowing for them to go for those gunfights, allowing for them to get aggressive and play exactly into how M80 wanted to in a couple of poor swings, isolated plays from players like JJ, and it's a round where M80, they pivoted off of it.
Information will be big for this up-and-coming round. M80X will have the lesion to try to slow down the push for JJ and Co. Now, Basement is a little bit slower in terms of pushes for this offense to try to get down into tank and assembly, but they like to head through the lower stairs, not cargo, but off towards vending. They want to get into assembly from that side, clear things out quickly. They've liked to rock a double shield. Now, obviously, Blackbeard's not in play, so they'll have to do it with a blitz instead. Not Monty either, so it's going to be a fairly frontward attack, and JJ and Co say, yeah, we'll go through quick. Here's the attempt for a hot breach. JJ said, hey, you guys want to do 3 down a breach?
Oh my!
Yeah? Well, now you can't, because the entire team has been dusted, as apparently the homework has been done, and M80X were waiting for you to take that hot drop.
Going back into the rounds, just purely studying these matches, I know both me and you did very heavy VOD review, even you doing an hour last night. And one thing that I noticed is that both of these teams play so similarly, especially on the attack. If they identify one small gap or have an idea, both teams will react out of it quickly. JJ and Co doing it against Friendship Team. If they saw a gap, they would take that gap 10 to 15 seconds after they spotted it. In that round, you could see that JJ and Co saw that solo roamer inside of Kitchen. Didn't know Stompin was there, able to shut him down, but because Stompin saw every single player, because all they had to do was hear that sound cue, hear 5 people drop hatch, and the defensive extension was set up perfectly to just shut down those players, the round was over before JJ and Co even knew it. It ended all the way back to when M80 had their positions on that first floor.
Basement will not be a matter of practice for JJ and Co. They barely even get to see what M80X were bringing to the table when it came to that lower side. It all came to a boil, and it boiled over the top, and JJ and Co. failed to find, well, pretty much anything bar that first player they snuffed out and did quickly excised. Now, with round 3 on the books, how do JJ and Co. recover off of a pretty demoralizing round loss in round 2? Not starting off super hot on their attack. Round 1 was much cleaner. Round 3 will have to be a practice of patience. R6 has turned more into a strategic shooter, as it should be for a lot of teams' opinions and players' opinions, but JJ says they're too good to let it go so simple. M80X, they've said, and Aiden said in an interview just a couple days ago, with their new coaching staff, with Vet and Merc, they feel like they're no longer just running in and killing everybody. They actually feel like they're playing that strategic siege, and JJ thought that this would be an easy practice. Every team they've had to be a strategic team, they've torn apart. Now, M80X are given a run for their money. First blood does fall to M80X, but Recited pulls out the gap and gets 2 quickly in turn. The man advantage no longer in favor for the defense.
Yeah, Recited on an absolute heater. Franklin is able to find another one. Wow. And this Monty is just not being used to its fullest potential. And now, what was a 4v3 for JJ and Co. has spiraled out of control. And now, a 3v1, a 1v3 clutch situation for Snake.
Instead of one, down goes Vic, but no, Stompin is just waiting with the UMP. My goodness. JJ and Co. need to figure out what is going so darn wrong on the map of labs for this offense. Regaining the man advantage and quickly acquiescing it back in return. Disaster on every site you could possibly ask for, it feels like. M80X get through 3-0. Stompin is holding strong for the entirety of it, but it's Aiden that's got the most frags for their side, and Recited is truly the only player, it feels like, for JJ and Co. You can discount, too, like JJ, who's having to use a shield the whole game, but where's the rest of the team to find these frags? Where's the JJ and Co. we saw against Friendship and Team, where they destroyed everybody, every single peek they had, every opportunity that was given? Recited is here. That's the team needs to start to clock in, because this is looking bad.
Yeah, I actually spoke to JJ before today's game, saying that they kind of changed up their overall playstyle going into playoffs, leaning away from that structured playstyle, going back to what they had with Fluffy Aimers all the way back into August. He specifically mentioned on just how they played free, went for those over-aggressive picks, and even going to say that he didn't think T3 and T2 teams necessarily could play against those over-aggressive plays like they did against Friendship Team X Luminosity. And to be fair, he's right. They couldn't, and they couldn't do it against SSG Academy. But the problem here is M80X isn't your ordinary T2, T3 team. They're coming into this situation, Stompin specifically, only learning how to play mouse and keyboard around 3 months ago. They're coming in with this over-aggressive console playstyle, being forced to learn this PC stuff. This is a team that you're not going to be able to play over-aggressive with. You're going to have to bring a lot of those structured plays out if you want to try to find, maybe even expose some gaps, because so far this defense from M80 is looking absolutely stellar.
The closest thing you'll find on PC R6 to console ranked would probably be JJ and Co's offense. Their defense is a little bit more structured and more strategic, but they still like to play a very first frag heavy, very quick. Yali highlighted that in our intro and our desk segment. But my goodness, JJ and Co's offense is very upfront, very in your face. The aggressiveness is very present. M80X, if you're console players, you are playing 15, 16 hours a day in your seat, sweating through your chair. You are in the trenches constantly. If there's any team where that strategy will not work, it would be a team that has done it nearly every single day for the entirety of the release of Rainbow Six Siege. And let's be frank, this game has been out and breathing for way longer than anyone ever thought it necessarily would. This game's older than half the people you'll see out in the wild these days. It is Unk status. And M80X, these players have lived and breathed it. JJ and Co are starting to realize they will not be so walked over easily as they start to get these walls down. And looks like IT has been half breached the Selma, the no longer capable to hold that mirror up, but you still have one here towards the Raptors side, and a Nitro primed by Aiden as they'll stall out with the Toxic Babes. Let's keep that Monty back.
Yeah, this overall M80 defensive util is phenomenal for denying these aggressive plays, like JJ entering in, having a Legion, a smoke to deny, and you can even see for Aiden with this Nitro behind the mirror, just waiting. Amelia was able to find what a C4 out could find somebody, but no kill for that, simply just wasted. On top of that, they're going to be able to open that Raptors wall. A phenomenal start in this round, just pushing back the onslaught of this M80X defense.
Now with the dangers having been known there towards Rafters, Amelia's worked their way up on the opposing sides, tucked away here towards corner. M80X aren't going to try to peek this. Being a player down, they still want to hold these footholds, but progressing, they'll punish Amelia. When Epic goes down, this thing, what in the world's happening now for JJ and Co? Man advantage given back in return to the defense. Another wild swing by Stompin. It's two. JJ caught with the pistol out. Snake can only find a single before falling, and M80X wipes the floor once again with JJ and Co.
It's just a round where I was looking specifically back at these games. This game, or this map rather, Nighthaven Labs, where JJ and Co went against, I believe, yeah, Friendship Team. They did a phenomenal job at just reading into momentum, exactly how fast they wanted to go. Kind of going into that rock, paper, scissors style theory of Siege, where if the defense is playing slow, we'll play fast, and vice versa. But they're not being able to read this M80X team. This M80X team is so unpredictable. And I think that is one of the biggest factors that is going to not necessarily allow for M80 to run away with this series, but give growing pains, difficulties for JJ and Co to adapt to this young roster, is because they don't really play a certain meta. While they do read into it quite well, I mean, they're playing operators like a Mozzie, a Mute, like it's 2020. Sometimes they'll be running out of windows. There is no structure. There is no system in place for this team. They play out of every single mold you try to put them in, and it makes it an absolute pain for teams to read.
A lot of the time we saw M80X be stuck in spots where it was a 5v3, 4v2 when they were facing Core over on Consulates. They're a team that is easily recoverable. Nothing is ever out of hand for them, even with a double player, triple player disadvantage. It always feels like they can pull something out of nothing. And even with that fact, them being arguably the best recovery team in the league, maybe even in T3, JJ and Co they've been entirely stopped from gaining those early leads. M80X has kept either the first bloods in their pocket or the refrags very quickly thereafter. The first bloods have not been impactful enough for JJ and co, and their map control has not been decisive enough to really put a thorn or a hindrance in M80X's defensive prowess. Something has to change. And they're doing a great clear here for the first floor. Epic through cafeteria has assistance. A drone likely to be sent forward, having covering just a little bit far behind. Shields have been hit or miss. You said before when we were chatting that how long will it take for shields to no longer be played, but they realized this just isn't going to work. But it looks like it's round 5 instead of round 4. JJ and co swap away. They do not like it necessarily. Let's try something new.
Yeah, you can see there's 2 additional players on this top floor. Now, both Franklin and Stompin coming over inside of storage to try and back up his teammate, give him additional support. But Stompin swinging out blind will not be the answer. You can see M80X is trying their best to push back their defense. They understand that they've taken so much space. JJ with another, but Franklin is able to eventually find one. But they have sight. They have complete sight control. All they have to do is wait for these last 2 defenders to walk down those stairs and then shut them down.
It's going. 60 seconds on the clock will quickly cut down even further. JJ and strict to time constraints in the lap of the M80X defense. Franklin tries to play from up above, but Snake's still up there. And now Vic able to secure one, but no chance, no way. Snake is still on the wraparound off towards those stairs. It's an easy kill, an easy frag, and JJ and co will in fact escape this first half with a round. And now going into round 6, have a chance just yet to make it 2 for a 4-2 split going into our second half when they swap on over to the defense, which if you were a player who thinks JJ and co are purely offense with how much we've been highlighting their aggressiveness, how much we've been highlighting their success stories on attack, they're nearly just as deadly on defense. 50 seconds to those first bloods on average in playoffs for the kill, 51 seconds for defense on average. They are just as aggressive, bar just a single second on average throughout our playoffs.
Yeah, and going back to that round, it is the JJ and co that we knew, spotting not only specifically the gaps, but the map control that was left open. The points of the maps that M80 purposely was not playing, and then JJ did a phenomenal job at taking that space, playing around it, then reading into the fact that M80 was playing very heavy on that roam over by control and storage, and then eventually just taking the site, understanding that M80 was not expecting a quick site hit, was playing a little bit slow than the rounds previous, and JJ and co took advantage of that opportunity.
How do JJ and co decide to take this one once again? Double shield has been something we've seen from them. Goose playing under the one shield, no longer having the Monty. Not being able to play up towards rafters on warehouse, expecting the extension maybe from M80X. Maybe worried about the roam game up on the higher floor and the elevation, even a rotate down below. JJ and co will just do their due diligence, something that a lot of times they'll ignore. They'll let the drones do the dirty work. Players aren't necessarily required, just stabilize everyone else. Phantom pressure down below. JJ just breaching open one wall to try to have an option for later rotate if necessary, just to try to force M80X to keep an eye on it, maybe from that hatch side and warehouse, or maybe just trying to keep them concerned, an inkling in the back of their mind somewhere. We are, in fact, 55 seconds in, and there is still a bit of a duel going off towards IT because they're struggling to 100% secure this wall. And there it goes finally. Flush the player out. Mirror window is not a problem anymore. And JJ is being a little bit antsy there in the all chat. Something we're very used to seeing, but a little bit confused. Aiden loses their life. I guess stayed too long there towards IT. You
can see a heavy extension from this defense on the top floor, and it's kind of a decision that is going to force M80 into a very difficult position of, if they want to give up this control, allow for JJ and co to take it, but it doesn't matter. Another site hit right in the bomb site. Even with the vertical, the bomb is going down. Vic Bands with one, but that's not the planner. The defuse is down, and it's a 4v3 for M80, and they don't even have site control.
Poseidon's in a bad spot, forced to fall out and die. Stomping with the up, clears them. Chance from the IT wall. You gotta win that one, JJ. Talking means nothing if you can't back up the game. It's now down to Amelia. Touching for one, flash to the corner, rinses through Stompin'. Player from up above, it's a defuse. You have to clear him. Gets him with the last 5 seconds. Rice needed a milliseconds but Emilio gets the job done. 10 seconds left. Run out from outside. You know the corner, and Emilio gets there one. Clutch up from Emilio. The final 3, and JJ and Co. get that second round on offense, making that transition to defense. But what went wrong in round 2? Yali, break it down for us.
I mean, honestly, it's incredibly simple, and that is something I brought up earlier. There are no fundamentals underneath JJ's aggressive play. All it takes is just a little bit of pressure back from Stompin' and Co. to completely decimate this attack and expose the weaknesses in what JJ has going on, right? It's not just the aggressive play, it's not just the X factor, but it's the solidity in what M80
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Oh, she's dead.
Y'all just die?
Yeah, I guess so. You know,
I was enjoying that.
I know, I was too. I was listening and honestly saying a lot of things that I would agree with. But sadly enough, somebody, maybe it was Merc. Merc took her away. Removed her. Didn't want JJ and Co. getting all of that deep and juicy info. And she was exactly right. There was a lot of overextending, just JJ and Co. moving around the map way too quickly without enough support, without a lot of that intel, map control to work off of it. But back-to-back rounds where M80 just overextended away from the bomb site, leaving it completely free. JJ and Co. taking that up like a free piece of barbecue chicken, and they lost it. And a 4-2 that looked like it could have been a 6-0, but the malpractice from M80 allowed for JJ and Co. to reap the rewards.
Honestly, JJ and Co. played what I would argue is a better labs than they did against Friendship, purely because they weren't... Oh, great run out from Recited. Who's too shocked by that? But Stompin', this second half's going to start off poor for you. Get your 6th death. And when they played against Friendship and go on the offense, they would just have their shield out in space. And Yali had mentioned that in their post-game in that series, saying, why is your shield playing alone? They just have nobody with them. This shield is a 2-player system in the shield meta. You need someone alongside him. It's like having a tank with no boom. You're just driving a Ford Explorer instead of actually having a tank, right? It's solid, but you have no way to take down the competition truly effectively, bar just running at them and hoping that you get impact. JJ and Co. started playing with 2 people, but M80X, they just ignored the tank and they just shot at the boom, right? Who's going to man the gun if the gunner is taken off the board? And that just snuffed out most of the offense from JJ and Co. I think they honestly would have been better just bringing the Ford Explorer, just having the shield get info and take that space, because then it would have felt a whole lot more like the JJ and Co. that managed to take the win against that Friendship and Team Squad. But defense, it's a different beast. It's an entirely different game for M80X. JJ and Co. get that first blood, which starts them off on the right foot.
And you can see that JJ and Co. have completely vacated these top 2 floors. They got their pick. They didn't need to overplay in that top position. Rice also almost losing his life. Luckily, though, with all the info on the board, a default cam still up, the C4 misses. Rice almost losing his life. Doesn't know how lucky he is as a player, but the difficulties of this vertical, eventually being able to find an answer back and now getting this wall open is going to be absolutely huge. But first, they need to try and clear this tank.
Oh, Vending Stairs, a failure for Aiden. Epic gets Rice through the wall and Assembly, turns it around with the deke and knocks off Aiden on Vending Stairs. A player that can do everything, and it's required for JJ and Co. Those are Epic's first kills, and it's on the defense now. The second half, make it now a 3rd for Emilio. Sorry, a 6th in total for Emilio, as Franklin's the last one standing, eviscerates Emilio for the refrag, but JJ makes the TCSG's presence known, rips through their torso, and sends them on into this next round, because round 7, yeah, JJ and Co. felt like they were in control from the get-go, and M80X, whether it's a lack of perfect info or maybe splitting up too much, just weren't ready for the JJ and Co. solid front that did not fold at all under pressure and even sent it back at you for that run out for the first blood.
A very common theme that will continue to have an absolute strangle over this entire best of 5 series. That theme being whichever team can utilize their info to their best ability. That round, JJ and Co. having a Mozzie and a Valkyrie on top of the fact that M80 were not shooting those default camps. Almost got a C4 kill, didn't quite. But then going into that actual push over into Animus right by the bomb site, then going into the execution, with all the info JJ and Co had, M80 had little to none for their own well-being going into that push, trying to clear out that extended spot right by the bomb site, completely blind. If this is something they don't change on their defense, they're going to continue to lose these opening picks. They're going to continue going to these executions completely blind and uncomfortable.
Start out for M80X, where they decide to take the initial pressure in towards. Monty is on the board. Franklin will be that forward front player who will be following up alongside them. MX will have to do some early due diligence. More player I'm really concerned with the side of JJ and Co will be where Snake is positioned. Grismont Mines can be a very dangerous force, but the most dangerous player in this lobby has been proven time and again to be Recited. Multiple 2Ks, now a first blood once again, this one to Aiden. You've now lost your hard breach, and while you do still have a Mav with a blowtorch, the danger that is still present when you have to get so close to this position and the amount of time it takes and the lack of total amount of the blowtorch utility can really slow down this M80X push, and JJ and Co will have so much time still to stall with just a simple run out.
I mean, Recited has been that entry player for JJ Co. And before today, he was 20-20. Obviously, he was eventually traded quite a bit. But the fact that he's not only in double digits in the entry, but also has 20 kills and continues to just be a lethal player on the entry is something that M80, as of now, has no answer for. And it's going to continue to be a problem for them. And with no immediate trade, no real map pressure being given. You can see Franklin's trying to do his work inside of Raptors. Rice also doing quite a bit of work with the vertical below, but there is no real control. No real info on these defender positions, and without that pick, now in a man disadvantage, there isn't a whole lot going for M80 here.
Intel for Franklin, trying to set up a crossfire through this IT wall that's been broken open, now clearing the bulletproof cam. So much stall for IT that has been left out for JJ and Co. They don't really have any presence off that direction. I believe maybe Snake is somewhat nearby lurking about, but nothing really impactful just yet to be seen. The ball can clear it away in Cafeteria Hall, and Rice will want to use the skeleton key to try to find a bit more stomping, stepping into a Dreadnought mine. This is a great bit of intel that's given. Franklin earlier into a goo mine. You just have so much util for JJ and Co. for intel. They still have all 5 players remaining. There's now, again, a kill for Epic. Vic, what are you going to do now with a lack of players? Recited gets the second for the lobby. Stompin' is no more. And Rice and Franklin have a 35-second span of time in which they need to get to site, need to find frags, and need to do so while barely taking any damage as Franklin scraps up with Epic, comes away the victor. Chances for more, but the pistol has to come out at such a long range. The obstacles may be too high to climb. 20 seconds in, TCSG to the shield of Franklin. Now needs to tuck off towards corner, closer to your B site. They want to clear electrical, but this is where your Gersmont mines are, and this is where that Vivo, the Scorpion, can tear through your Monty. Rice, 1 on 3. Chance moving forward. The goo mine shuts down any opportunity you may have been given. And JJ and Co.'s defense, they will go unseen, but they will not go unheard. These frags have to stop early.
I mean, this M80X info game is just killing them, allowing for these entry picks not only to go back-to-back losing without a refrag, but so quickly Recited just going for these jump outs and run outs, playing uber aggressive, playing directly into how M80X did on their own defense, and they're just not prepared for it. And then on top of that, not taking space quick enough, not being able to get that trade, and then on top of that, having no info, allowing for that player to flank them, shut them down. It's kind of a situation where M80X requesting their timeout a little bit late, but just they're not making this easy. They're not really doing any aspect of this attack very well whatsoever. And to be fair, the constant rotating positions of JJ and Co, making sure that their positioning is never stagnant, also makes that for M80X really hard to deal with. I
mean, think about it. Even if you are actively droning correctly and finding the intel, when the intel is nearly, well, incorrect just 5 seconds later because JJ and Co just walk a different direction, move to a new spot and stay static somewhere else, what's the point of droning things out? But you can't have that mindset. You still have to be diligent. You still have to work. If you don't, JJ and Co are going to punish you. Clutch Drone tries to sneak through. That is a huge piece of your kit for M80X, for Stompin here in particular. That has been cleared away by who else but Snake to go prone, watching the drone hole because they read into the scenario. JJ doesn't like Lair. That's the map I'm thinking of. They do not like Lair, but they sure as heck know Labs. My goodness. They're reading into the place of M80X. Just the exact moment they do it, which is something that JJ are so good with, changing the timing of the game when they're on offense and controlling the timing when they're on defense.
I mean, this M80X team is just trying to move so slow, but you can see this round specifically, they're just taking a little bit more time, just being a tiny bit more cautious in that maybe 3 to 5 seconds that you take before you swing a spot. Just sending a drone in will stop you from losing a pick. Recited not being able to find any opportunities whatsoever in a poorly timed position from Epic, and a phenomenal yellow ping not only gives Aiden, but the opening pick to M80X, and now applying this pressure onto JJ and Co. Taking that player away. Only Emilio and Snake on this top floor. Snake's all the way in Raptors. He can't really help Emilio if a player swings right onto him, and this is going to be very difficult, but they still have to make sure that they clear these 3 additional roamers on the top floor.
Try to listen out for information, whether it's, a Gumine going off. Obviously, Gersmots this round, but have your Dreadout Mines that can go forward as well. There's so much still in the pocket for JJ and Co. just to try to peek into the mindset of where M80X are and their positioning at any given point. That first one caught you off guard, and that player didn't even stay there. They wrapped back to the team to set up for the next push. But Versailles with a T5 SMG wipes the floor with one. There goes Snake for another one. It's refrag for refrag, but you'll know JJ and Co. are leading still in the kill department. A 3-on-1. Vic drops it to a simple 2. But the damage has been done. They're down about 70 HP on top. Still have the vertical trying to work, but you have Diffuser. No real way to close down those floorboards. You'll have to take a drop here into Lounge and work very direct on this first floor, and you're very concerned about the wraparound through. Lucy Banshee gives some intel, audio cue for sure. JJ and Co. waiting far away from sight. User will start to be teased by Vic. Will they stick this? Pros don't fake, but Vic may just decide to go through with it. Round the corner. No damage, you gotta finish that. There it is, Emilio. Almost dicey. Vic goes down, and JJ and Co. from a major deficit at halftime here, Goose. Oh, they're up now, 5-4.
This coordination and the factor of just playing off of each other is not working. It has not translated onto this attacking half for M80X. And because of that, Mark will be calling a timeout. Coincidentally enough, Snake, a previous teammate of Mark's, I just realized that, all the way back in 2022, something not a lot of people really think about, but this timeout is going to be absolutely pivotal because there has not been one round where M80 has had complete control.
Like, especially in
all right, well, we've got Merc. Let's see what he's breaking down here in this timeout.
We can't just start going and frag chasing. Like, if Stompin's droning these guys and calling them out, like, say, okay, can I push up now? Like, yo, Vic, can you double up with me? I'm about to walk in here. Like, we have to do shit as a team. We're going solo, and they're just abusing it, bro. Like, keep working together as a team. Franklin, keep proceeding the round. Don't just say, all right, we got to speed it up. Like, tell them how we're going to speed it up. Right? Like, tell them where we're going to go, what we're going to do after we get picks. Like, keep working together, watch for the cheese, and like, slow down and just win the rounds together, bro. Together.
Goose, one thing I want to mention in that, talking about playing together as a team, not playing solo. That last run in particular was maybe a point of contention. They get that first bullet I highlighted. They quickly ran back. They didn't want to try to stay up forward in that position. They got back with a team. This is correct. Play as a team. But then everyone just kind of trickled around. Laid into space like TV static. Look, the sprint back to sight right after the frag, but everyone's in one spot, but they're all swinging a door separated from each other. Nobody knowing what's truly going on, and the team just being very disjointed. M80X, they start well. They've got the heart. But we've got to see more effectiveness as a unit. And now your coach has laid that into your ear. Hopefully that'll change.
Yeah, and I think even going back to that round where they got that first initial pick, there was nothing to allow them to push in any further. They didn't have that connector wall open. They didn't have anybody inside of IT or making their way into Raptors. And because they didn't have that, because they didn't have that spearhead to take that first entry pick, continue to clear that space, because they were forced to fall back, that allowed for JJ and Co to react, retake that space. And if you are M80X, if you want to play aggressive, you have to set it up. You can't just get these one-off picks that one singular player finds and then build that off into a round win. You have to build it up. You have to find different openings. You have to actually work the map itself, use your attacking utility to do it. And that's just not what we've been seeing from this M80 attack so far.
Will it change? Time will tell. JJ tries to get a peek of information using the Mav blowtorch holes. Nothing really going on either side, and Vic will rotate out, getting their life as the #1 priority. Getting maybe a sign through a window, maybe trying to take a step through to the lounge side. M80X just making sure absolutely everything can be theirs. Info, and JJ and Co are bringing plenty of it. No longer do they have the Dreadnought mines. They do, in fact, still have the Goo Legion mines instead. Hit the Valkyrie cams. So an attempt on a life here towards, I believe that's what, vending stairs? Yes. Try to use the blowtorch hole down below to get a player holding up on stairs. We actually saw M80X get killed by that from JJ and Co in the first half, trying to use it themselves, but not as successful, it seems.
Yeah, and you can see just how tunnel vision this team gets. Just 3 players, essentially. A player on a drone, a Maverick, and then that IQ trying to open that wall to get 1 player. Keep in mind, half of the round gone. No opening pick found based off of that, though. Valkyrie almost losing her life, and still 2 defenders upstairs. No map control over by storage. No real vertical on the bomb site. And it's kind of been a time waste, just getting that 1 player. Kind of being scared. This M80X team is just respecting this defense from JJ and Co way too much, and it's punishing them by just dwindling their time.
It's fine to be scared of them in some capacity. It is their job to take you down, to remove you on this offense, but you have to be aware that it's your job to do it back, and you have to be, well, successful in doing so. Take the peaks, take your odds, gamble a little bit. Sometimes you'll come away big, sometimes you'll lose 2 in the process, but find something towards the end. You are the best recovery team in the league, and you need to prove that here on your offense. Well, step forward, vending stairs, a heavy force to reckon with. Emilio's been down. JJ, their presence is 100% known. They were shortly behind the armor crate. I rotated instead elsewhere. They want to clear the player on wall first. As Recited rips out Franklin, JJ took Vic. And stomping up above, maybe, no, off towards Venny, now rotated in. It's one of their own, an even 3-on-3, but time is a problem. Gumine free, Aiden done, and Stompin joins in. JJ's got 3 and just secured this round. It's now up to 6 for JJ and Co.
I mean, just a horrible round from M80X. Focusing so much on getting that player over by vending stairs, not clearing out that roam, and only by the sheer factor of JJ and Co falling back down to the bomb site did they get that vertical onto the bomb site itself. And then after they got it, they didn't play onto it. If you just had Rice on that little vertical hole looking into like the medical bay right here, JJ would be dead. This round would not have been lost. You would have had site control. But because they're not doing these small things, because you are allowing JJ to just completely float uncontested, you're not going to win these rounds. M80X, even after that timeout, still playing relatively together, playing off of each other's bodies, not playing isolated, are not trying to attack this map multi-directional. Every single push, they're using their entire collective minds to clear one small spot instead of trying to attack it multiple different points. Give JJ and Co multiple different problems to deal with, and they're just making this defense for them so easy.
They barely ever have to move, and even when they do, they move knowing full well where you are at any given point. You have the single best piece of utility in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege, and every attacker has 2 or more if you're like a Twitch or a Bravo, Clutch Drones. It's your drone in your back pocket. In M80X, first minutes, saw wonderful uses of the drones. First floor, not a problem. Second floor, easy peasy. Past that, though, where's the information? You spot the player of JJ behind Armory Crate. You know you just need to drop down through basement, in through that alley, and get a controlling position from there. But Vic can't secure their 1, despite having the freest peak you could possibly imagine, just holding a single angle. needs to hold the close side, not the far side inside of Cubby. M80X are this close nearly every single time, but still somehow feel like they're a mile away. That is a problem a lot of teams have on Labs. That's nothing purely against M80X. JJ and Co are really pivoting in, really leaning into that and punishing this M80X roster for a lack of decision making at the right time.
I mean, M80X, they have to do something different. They're doing a phenomenal job at opening this IT wall, but aside from that, with now a minute and 10 seconds into the round, there isn't really anything else going on. You have a couple of players in the bottom of Cargo more than likely be trying to take this Raptors position, but this is map control that's been given to them. It's been vacated by JJ and Co, but Vic Bands shutting down Epic very early on, opening this wall with half of the round to go. This is the pressure that M80X needed to apply. Maybe an additional presence to apply some additional pressure. A horrible jump out from JJ and Franklin on a heater.
3 kills right off the rip for M80X, JJ and Co. Emilio wants to get aggressive. They know they have to and recited. 2 more to the tally, 13 and 8. If there was a player you'd ask a miracle of them, it would be them. As an almost secondary lineup comes forward, Franklin starts to stick this diffuser. Cover has to be there. Second or last flash from tossed out from servers goes without being seen. Triple kill recited. Tucked behind desk. 1 round pillar. Wrong swing. It's your quad. Maybe the ace. Recited. Has to reload the T5 SMG, peeks for intel. JJ wants to get toxic, but Recited can't back it up. The flow just isn't there. But a 4K nonetheless, and the sweat drips off the M80X roster.
A round that looked absolutely clinical. A 4v1. 1 player Recited all alone. 3 players swinging him on top water. 2 dying. This is that inexperience. Not only from JJ jumping out. I've seen him jump out that specific breach and die so many times. It's one of those things you just cannot take away from the player. But again, it's a situation where you can really see the inexperience start to seep in. And not only seep in, but it's something that JJ and Co has been taking advantage of this entire first map of this best of 5. And M80X just playing stale specifically on this attack. Sure, they are playing really good together. They are, calming to each other, exactly what Merc wanted to. But these problems, this difficulty on this attack is much deeper than that.
They have experience on M80X. I mean, you have Rice on the team now that's come in to try to give a helping hand and has been fairly impactful overall throughout playoffs, right? But right now, obviously lacking in the kill department. Everyone else out not up to 9 kills. Only one of Stompin up to 10 and even footing. But JJ and Co, difference makers have been present. 15 now for Recited, and yes, a lot of them did come in the prior round, but even before that, on offense, first 2 kills nearly every round. Who was it doing so is Recited, just playing, understanding, and reading the map, the players, and their team, where they are in their positioning all at the same time. They're just a general understanding is next level, and M80X need a player that can bring that attitude, can bring that mind into this series, because even if Labs doesn't go your way, and this round could prove that, or it could lead into our dreaded infinite overtime here, Goose, you still got 4 more possible maps afterward, and your map picks up next. This one you've looked really good on throughout the season. You pick it with confidence. We'll have to see how it pans out.
JJ and Co going back down to this commanded storage bomb site. M80 doing a phenomenal job of just simply opening these walls, doing their due diligence, working through this early phase of the round relatively quickly, but not only still seeking out that opening pick, but on top of it, getting the control with it. Last round, we saw them attack this bomb site. They did get that opening pick, but were not in the position. They didn't have that wall over and connector. They weren't prepared. They didn't have that buildup to actually take that map control and apply additional pressure after killing that player. And if they make the same exact mistake in this round, then JJ and Co, they're just going to shut them down, and there's nothing they can do about it. And Recited to start it off, shutting down Stompin is exactly how you want to go. Vic Band with another.
Exit rotate frag given. M80X with the frag now for Franklin off towards Snake, is able to gain that man advantage. The second the frags start to come out, they unfurl in this lobby. Starts with 1 and ends with now a total of 5 being dusted, and 5 yet still remain. JJ and Co Emilio from up above. Doesn't seem like anyone from M80X is going to try to clear out this top floor. Emilio has that bailiff in the second pocket, just waiting to create some floor holes and create some problems for M80X's push. He gets spotted just barely by Vic. And it's now a 3-on-1. Epic DBNOs doesn't finish off Franklin, but there's a player trying to step up just to your left, Epic. Timing could be tight, but step in though. He'll drop down the same. Nitro tossed out. This DBNO's Rice. And now Vic's alone. Not able to get it done though. Epic. Down and out. Vic clutches up. And M80X, after a just disastrous start of the second half, manages to guarantee OT on our first map of this grand final.
2 near 1vx clutches from JJ and Co. being answered back by a 1v1 clutch from Franklin. Just being able to shut down this last player, and you can see how much M80X is struggling on just adapting to the sheer structure and readability from JJ and Co. JJ and Co. just predicting their very first step before they even take it, and throughout all that, JJ and Co., even them in themselves, making quite a bit of mistakes, allowing for that gap to go completely unnoticed. M80X not even trying to put any pressure on that top floor extension, on that vertical, killing other players around the map, taking those isolated roamers off of the board. A problem that JJ and Co. hasn't really had in the playoffs so far, but now it's starting to creep up. Those old habits are starting to punish JJ and Co. And M80X, they'll use it to bank their way to overtime.
The longer a map goes on, the more likely, and even a series, but specifically for a map, the more likely the game turns from who's going to frag the best, who's going to be the most strategic, to a game of who's going to adapt the fastest. You are now in a spot where you've got to get that lead. You cannot give things up. You have to flip both sides. The game plan will change. This is a testament or a test to your strat book and the depth of it, and the fallback plans that have to be made when it starts to go awry. Recited, maybe hoping for a potential run out, watching close here on that. I believe that's the door connecting towards warehouse on the first floor. Just watching and waiting in corner. Drone, it goes unseen! And Recited doesn't even need to run outside the map to find their kill. You now have no Thatcher for this round, and there's no pocket EMPs on the board either for this M80X roster. Oh, no, there is. Big Bands has them. Thankfully, they have a chance, but now you've just lost your hard bridge. What do you have now except for the... It is entirely now on Vic Man's hands. They had to clutch the last round. You're putting it back in their hands for the next.
I mean, a horrible way to start the round. First, you make your main player who is clearing that position over in storage drone himself because there was no additional drone. That's an easy pick for Recited. Then after that, you give him another isolated 1v1. Keep in mind, the drone hadn't even gone in front of Franklin before he swung onto Recited, giving him yet another easy pickings. Even with that timeout from work, even with the success of the 2 previous rounds, M80X are still making these very simple yet crucial mistakes that are punishing them tenfold. And now, with a very low drone economy, a 3v5, really no map control to speak of, they're going into this execution with everything on their back and nothing going for them.
All 5 still for JJ and Co. 70 seconds left, and time will tick further in the favor for JJ and Co.'s defense. Father Time, he picks sides, and frankly, the defense tends to get the majority of his loving. It's a 6v3 in effect. M80X need to try to turn them, Fickle Mistress to Father Time, to their side. They try to go for a plant to force the time constraint, but it fails. Snake tosses out a Nitro. Down goes Stompin', and now Rice and Vic have all of the world once again on their shoulders to get the 7th round in overtime and start themselves off on the right foot and deny this JJ and Co team defense. But it's just not going to happen. Once more for Snake. Only player left of Rice, DBNO's Epic. Tries to escape down to the bottom floor, but player above, player below, and it's all the same to them. It's an easy kill. And there'll be 4 players remaining for JJ and Co. And really, just one of the cleanest defenses we've seen so far, which is kind of hard to say. They have had a spectacular defense on labs.
Recited has been a player that through the past couple of months, I have started to, and I don't want to necessarily say put on fraud watch, but there are glimpses of him being inconsistent. But he has done a phenomenal job of not only been the crucial player on JJ & Co, shutting down these entry picks, continuing to get kill after kill, but more importantly, has been reading into this M80X attack perfectly, understanding that there is a huge gap in their drone economy and how they use that drone economy to its fullest and taking advantage, making sure that if there are no real drones around him, he understands that they don't know his position, whether it be 100% or at all. There's a lot of these rounds where Reciter are getting these kills where they don't even understand that he was in that position, and this is going to continue to be a problem, and they're not going to fix it. But lucky enough for M80X, they will get to fall back onto the defense. And keep in mind, 2-4-2 halves for the defense. No matter how much JJ has pulled back, it is still this defensive half that has been the favorite.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
We've seen a whole lot from both sides so far in this series, but JJ's offense has been, of all the sides we possibly could have given them at the start to make an inkling for how this game would go down, the poorer, and maybe the poorest of the entirety of this series, of this map as a whole. The first 3 rounds, nearly 4 rounds, really, they kind of picked it up a little bit in the fourth. They just were lackluster. There just wasn't much impact. They had to clutch up in the final 2 to even secure the only 2 they had in that half. And a lot of that I felt like was the impact from JJ that just wasn't really present at the start. That's obviously gotten a whole lot better. They stopped fiddling around in the last 2. They started playing a little bit more cohesive with the team. And while a lot of JJ and Co.'s team roster is really prone to letting each other off the leash, not really reining them in and letting them do whatever the hell they want to do, JJ, I feel like, has to be reined in just a little bit when the timing gets tight and the scoreline is obviously not working out. Someone's got to make the call. JJ, don't rush through IT wall. Don't peek this window. Step behind pillar. Just change something up. And like I mentioned before, change up the shield play. Because that was where the biggest problem was for JJ Co. And their transition off of that gave them round 5 and did a little bit better for round 6 when they still had a shield, but they played it a little bit differently.
Another round where M80X just gives so much respect and map control to JJ & Co., especially on this connector and E-box clear, and then just allowing for that wall to be open. Rice, though, is able to get a pick back, but this blitz, the spearhead, is trying to find a way in. You can also see Stompin is going for a flank, and with this distraction from Vic Bands, it's an opportunity that is still clear, but you can see that the blitz is very wary of it.
Oh, sent back and dusted. Recited. Wants to get 20, but not gonna happen. Snake. Once more, there it is, Stompin. 3 now to the tally. When the king needs to be crowned, you have to step up to take your seat, and Stompin wants to lay claim to Labs. But they have to survive this round, and they know it. 13 kills, a 14th maybe on the book. As Emilio, we've seen everyone in JJ and Co. feels like nearly clutch up in a 1v2, 1v3 in the final few moments. This could be Emilio's chance to be that one, just to get the final. Something everyone else prior had failed, and able to get the Guma in there, Emilio. That does not maybe bode well for the headshot chances here in a second. The timing is just way too tight. The second you hear the floorboards right in front of you shuffle, the entire team just swings out and strikes. And there's a player hiding in a plant, for goodness sake. It feels like a Tarkov lobby. M80X secure their 14th. And they will send us into another wave of overtime.
A phenomenal adaptation and trap set up there by M80X. I noticed that they just gave up that connector control. Had a player there early round, even had a bandit on board. Sorry, forgetting my words there. A bandit on board. They could, or Cade rather, they could have well tried to trick it, but they gave that control up. Allowed for them to open that wall, allowed for them to apply additional pressure on that E-box, kind of giving JJ & Co. the semblance, the idea, a mirage that M80X was doing the exact same defensive setup that they did on their first time around on this bomb site, allowing for JJ & Co. and say, they're doing the same thing. Let's do the exact same thing. No Monty using that blitz as a spearhead, but having Stompin on the flank, that external additional X factor that was not there before, that JJ & Co. had absolutely no idea. They didn't have an inkling that Stompin was going to rotate, go for that flank, and he shut them down. And a huge play, a huge little misread there from JJ & Co. allows for M80X to send us into our very first max overtime.
Talk about the spearhead quite often, having the shield in front, right, and just trying to, you know, split, cross through the spread water, you know, just kind of cross the border into the site. Honestly, JJ & Co., with the way that their defense has been playing, we've talked about The moment you get information if you're M80X, which obviously wasn't doing a great job in their first few attacking rounds, and it got better, a lot like we saw JJ and Co overall performance-wise on their offense. But M80X, even if you got info, it was 5 seconds later, if you didn't act on it, entirely useless, because JJ and Co would have moved. It was just something that they were so keen on doing and so effective at that they were just never a known force, always unseen, but always heard, because they were finding those kills and finding impact in these early stages. JJ and Co, they're one of those defenses where having that pile driver, that force to cut the defense in half, just isn't going to be the #1 strategy. And I think M80X are starting to key into that a whole lot more. Guns need to be up. Players need to pick these angles together in tandem. They need to create these exit frag positions, these crossfires that come through. Either if there's a drone hole if you have to, if it's a flashbang from one player, it doesn't matter. Use your entire kit. Use a player to bait if you have to, because especially someone like an electrical for the player of Snake here, they don't have to deal with a shield, so the Curse About Mine won't matter. The Curse About Mine will still be enough to force the gun away from their hand for just a moment, and you're not prone to missing with a Scorpion Evo. That thing sends out 1,300 bullets in about 0.5 seconds. It's going to hit a headshot. Does that get shield? No.
Snake almost finding the head of Stompin. The nade going out, no Lamire Jaeger to stop it, so that will clear that position, forcing Snake to push out of E-Box. Both walls open, so much in the control for M80X. An additional push-up from the Mira. They have the ping, but Recited on the flank. He's able to shut down Aiden, and now puts this entire attack in tandem.
Trying to pre-fire, wrap away. Wallbang plan has to be made. Stompin is trying to claim 3 box, but Emilio saw Franklin a second out for them. Rice is no more, and Stompin has a huge amount of weight on their shoulders. Nothing new. But this will have to matter, because JJ and Co are getting ever closer for their offenses, and anything can broil over, and there's your final 2 deaths for the side of M80X. Nothing can be possibly done. That E-Box just stayed strong for the entirety of that round for JJ and Co. And it's not like there was no time for M80X, but it did almost feel like the lack of a shield there forced them into too static of a pincer, and their play from the opposing side to try to clear out E-Box fell under when you have who else but Recited to get that player on the transit going in.
I think static is the perfect way to describe that attacking round. And overall, the attack from M80X, just going into that round, their overall idea was a very one-dimensional push. One onto IT, and then in tandem, clearing that control, or connector rather, getting that wall open, applying pressure through there, and then also sending a player inside of E-Box. But the problem with that is not only are you giving just 3 different angles for JJ and Co to watch, no additional pressure coming from top water, no one going at the bottom of storage trying to take control of Raptors, not even going into Raptors' door, there was no blitz. There was no real spearhead, so the only way that you would find yourselves getting through E-Box, getting yourself into the bomb site is just swinging and having 2 players from JJ and Co on the defense just ready for that swing, ready for that 1v2, ready for the trade. It simply won't happen. It's a round where M80X simply just did not bring enough on the board.
At some point, you kind of have to think about, we've put everything, all our proverbial eggs in one basket for E-Box. When that fails, you can't just go, oh no, all my eggs. You need to have started to set up something elsewhere, right? You need to have, I'll bring out a Mason here, and I'm not talking about my hairline. I'm saying you have to have phantom pressure, right? You have to have created that throughout the early stages of that round. And that's not just to force the defense to think about things, and it is a big part of that, but it's also as a fallback plan for you. It's you to have a secondary stage, a retaliatory stage, when your first thought, your first intention goes out through the window because they just counterplayed you very well. It's Siege. There's 1,000 different ways to play. That's what makes it a great esport. That's what makes it a great strategy game. You have to be willing to take that step into that next strategy, into the next book. I don't know, M80X, their offense, they've got to find something new in those rounds. And I mentioned it's a game of adaptability, just not really any adaptability throughout that round. Obviously, a different strat going into it, but not an effective one to deal with that E-Box, and should have just thought about a different approach.
And now, essentially a 2-man crossfire onto Franklin. No info on this Raptors position, so they can't directly swing onto him. Yeah, but Franklin, just ill-advised, allows for Epic to shut him down. And on top of that, JJ and Co, right outside of the bomb site, not have cleared the vertical yet, allowing for them to shut down JJ. They won't be able to get that bomb quite yet, but Stompin right by another player, but it's the Boss G to shut down Epic, giving the 4v3. Aiden with another, and it's all falling apart for JJ and co, as now it's a 1v4 for Emilio, and it looks like overtime will go on for just a bit longer.
Infinite OT is something that can play casters, but it can really bring some highlights and some enjoyment to the players themselves as they'll have a long drawn-out session here on this map, and a long drawn-out series, we should hope, as there's still 4 more possible maps after this. But eventually, something has to break. The straw has to break that camel's back, and a change must be made. M80X's defense is damn good, and JJ & Co.'s offense, they closed out the final 2 rounds. Here's on their offensive side, a 4-2 split, a very first 4 that were poor. Even though the first one was the closest we saw from him, it came down to a 1v1. Bring that back. Come on, get some action into the round. But they're now looking like those first 4 once again, where they just aren't piecing the right puzzles together. And M80X's problem on their offense was that they weren't playing together as a team. What is JJ & Co.'s? I want to hear JJ's breakthrough a timeout, to hear him yelling at the roster or anything, or their coach yelling at the team. Because right now, it doesn't even feel like they have the answer for why their offense is struggling against this M80X defense.
JJ & Co's offense is very particular because they love, specifically on Nighthaven Labs, to go for these very quick pushes or executes. You saw in that round, they tried to work that top floor, never fully committing to it, trying to go for that quick stab into the bomb site, understanding that M80X had a very heavy extension onto that top floor, but that entire extension was made so that if M80 so needed to, they could fall back down to the site quickly, shut down those players. But luckily enough for them, the players on site were able to shut down the 2 players trying to go for that execution. Very ill-advised droning coming out from JJ & Co. allowed for those opportunities to prop up for M80X, and yet again, they have another opportunity, rather a challenge, to simply just win 1 attack on Nighthaven Labs.
It's priming to maybe go for a run out. Would catch a player off guard. It made the fallback play. Really liked what they saw, maybe the lack of what they heard. Looks like M80X go a different direction. Franklin opens up the IT side, quick rush in forward, and that's a plant already. They're on site. 35 seconds in, and M80X pull out a JJ & Co. strat book. The blitz not able to go and able to hold on. 3 versus 2. M80X have this lead. They won an attacking round win, and they gambled pretty much everything to get it here. You still have Rice alive and well. Stompin removes JJ's contention and recited from up above. Now you know where they are. They have to step here through warehouse, down from rafters. Stompin was just here recently. They're still here inside of the map. Just close to sight. Tapping just over the edge here of this shell. Recited doesn't have any utility to work with. No way to close this out. Information is a problem. As there's up above, a rotation there for Vic Bands. Sight does not matter if you cannot defend it. JJ & Co. have to play the best offense, arguably, they've had in this map against M80X's defense here.
I was going to say a phenomenal switch up from M80X, but playing it nearly exactly how they did the previous, attacking that command and storage bomb site. Obviously, just having simply the same game plan of not really ever trying to clear that top floor fully. JJ & Co. having a very extensive setup on that vertical, trying to deny the plant, but M80X doing exactly what JJ & Co. did to them, attacking the site so quickly and so early on in the round that the defender positions were prepared for additional pressure on that top floor. They were not ready for that quick site hit. They weren't in the positions to use that vertical to shut down and rain down terror simply with their guns, and because of that, that allowed for M80X to get that bomb in the bomb site and then set up the vertical after, forcing JJ & Co. to rotate their positions, forcing them to get uber aggressive, take those isolated gunfights, and M80X already in the positions ready to shut down those players. A round where it really does now feel like M80X is in the driver's seat.
Infinite overtime may not be as infinite as, well, a lot of these players would like if you're JJ & Co. Offense has been lackluster. The last attacking attempt came down to a 4v1 with Emilio. Who else but Emilio was that last player standing once again? One part of that also quite poor. A 3 versus 1 against who else but Emilio, of all things. Offense has to change. Recited, peeking here towards E-Box. Connector, maybe hoping for someone from M80X to try to rotate in. They know a player is there. just here towards IT door. They try to wrap back through connector, then maybe they'll try to swing, or sorry, through servers. They'll try to swing through electrical at some point. May not. You know, there it is. In fact, Versided just waiting things out. Perfect timing. Vic Bands off to go. Vic no longer a matter of contention. Your Bandit no more in the MP7. On an effective weapon. Not gonna matter as Versided just barely misses the Mira. Now they've got a foothold deep within IT. They also have no way to escape from there if pressure starts to get the IT wall completely breached open. And there it is. They're trapped inside that corner. Just a matter of principle, but they're able to quickly get back away. And it's a 4-on-4. Stomp and shotguns down Versided. Watch your back, Versided.
Getting that opening pick, and you see just how difficult of a job it is for JJ and Co. to clear these 3 players out. And when you don't know that Stompin' is swinging, there's nothing you can do. A 4v4. They're trying to break their way through that brick wall of an extension upstairs. Now it falls down to a 1v4, a near impossible task for JJ and Co., the man himself, to do it. He'll look down at the vertical. That's all it will be. He'll be stomping the king himself, an M80X. They picked not only the very first map, but JJ and Co.'s map pick away.
The offense from JJ Co., the thing that we did not expect to be the problem child for them, inevitably becomes their undoing throughout this infinite overtime and throughout the first half as well. One more attacking round win from JJ Co. in the first 6, and this never would have reached OT. And M80X never would have had the chance to see more than a single, because their offense was also struggling up until the final few. JJ Co.'s defense keeps strong until the rush from M80X turns things back the other way. Goose, so many problems here. How do JJ Co. recover onto M80X's map pick next?
You just don't have to get stagnant. I think that is not only the entire game plan for a best of 5, but a series that goes as long as a 10-8 scoreline. You can't keep bringing out the same things. And more importantly, JJ and Co. never did anything to really adapt against M80, expecting them to play stagnant themselves. I think it's not necessarily an ego, but they're kind of starting to get a little over themselves. Start to doubt M80X's overall game plan, especially not allowing them to have a second timeout with Merc, saying to themselves that they probably won't do anything different. But that's when M80X really turned up speed, turned the dial up a notch, is in overtime, exactly when they needed to.
Yeah, and we could talk about it the entire time. We obviously have insights from it, but we need to do a lot of yapping throughout the gameplay. People who could just watch and learn. It's our desk. Connor, please take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as M80 Academy have stolen away the map choice of JJ and Co. and surged to a quick lead after a real long game. Mason, I think this one was about as close as you could possibly ask for.
Labs is one of the maps that JJ always has been prideful on. He thinks that their team is one of the best there, and they were just bested by M80X, who brought out all the stops they could. They made JJ and Co.'s attack look very, very weak in comparison to previous teams, and ultimately, it was fiery, it was great, and if we get any taste like that for this whole grand final, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more Infinite OT.
You know, part of me wants more Infinite OT, the other part of me doesn't. But Yali, when we talk about how much experience starts to get thrown into the mix when you have such long games, it really complicates the storyline.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, first off, you start off with how much experience do you have? You have a lot of experience. Obviously, you have more best of 5s under your belt. You know what it takes to go on these absolutely grueling days like what I'm expecting to see today. I mean, especially with map 1 going 10-8. This is truly going to test both of these teams to their limit. But on top of that, well, experience is one of the things that really is important to whether or not you're going to play aggressively or if you're going to play passively. And as much as you can talk about theory all day, every day, until you have the experience actually determining where you need to be doing what is going to be, it's going to be potentially a little bit above you. But in this case, M80X, they pulled it out anyway. They said, we know the theory, we understand JJ, right? They understand it now. And they pulled it out. Ultimately, I mean, it took, what, 18 rounds? But they did it. They got there.
Yeah, and Mason, we have a really long highlight reel from the king himself, the self-proclaimed king of now maybe all pro Siege. We had Stompin', we got to see him just be popping off and bouncing off the walls all map long.
And we highlighted in the pre-show how good Stompin is, the X factor that he brings to this team, especially towards the end of the map. That's where you saw Stompin really start to heat up, ending the game with 4 kills to send us into their map pick of Chalet. As Stompin was huge this game in this series, and I think he's only going to continue to get better and better as the series goes on. As Aiden has mentioned, the team gets better with every map they play, and I have a feeling that's going to be the case here in this series too.
On the flip side with JJ and Co, it was a little bit of a dual kind of front. We expected Resighted to always be popping off on this side for JJ and Co. But Yali, it was actually Emilio who had a phenomenal half and had a lot of high impact kills.
Yeah, Emilio might not have been, a player going 20 and some odd, right? But he did have a lot of high impact frags. We see there, obviously 3 kills right there. Another one to finish the round, 1 more to win another. Over and over again, Emilio just absolutely pulling it out when it matters the most. He's proven to be kind of a solid anchor in the back pocket of JJ. Who, I mean, he may say, hey, go kill, but that doesn't happen very often. A lot of times it's, hey, let's sit back, let's determine when we need to play solid and just, let him do his thing when the time comes.
Yeah, when the time comes, that's when you really need to step up. In Mason, I think one of the biggest things with M80 Academy was surging to a quick lead. I really thought this game was going to be over way sooner than it was.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I want to get into, was about that quick lead that M80X got into, because if JJ and Co weren't just trolling the first couple rounds where they're like, we're just gonna run it and die, and playing this weird style of siege they don't typically play, they usually play that fast style, but not the way they were showcasing there. That the 5-man hatch drop in the kitchen, like just some blatantly dumb plays, I'm going to call it. I'm not going to be light on them because they're a smart team. They know better than that. And that put them in the deficit early on. They even got themselves to match in series point up 6-4, but M80X really stuck it in and did a very good job. So ultimately, if JJ and Co continue to troll in those early rounds, they give away their advantage. That map should have gone to JJ and Co, but because of that troll fest at the beginning that we saw, ultimately M80X were able to pull it out.
In Yali, we are moving on to Chalet next, and it's going to be a map that both rosters are comfortable with. If you recall, both of the semifinals did have Chalet as the decider, and if you're any sort of NA Tier 3 team, you kind of got to have a Chalet in your back pocket.
Yeah, and we know M80X is absolutely dominant on this map. They've got every strategy that they could possibly need. I mean, if you guys watched the Outlast game a few days ago, we saw every single site, every time they attacked a site or defended a site, a completely different round. They never took the same strategy twice. They know everything they could possibly need to know. And beyond that, every strategy that they played it to the best of their ability and didn't just pull it off of a strat book. They took things that they learned from every round previously and then applied those as they continue to move forward. Is your opponent maybe going to play a deep roam and fall off early? They took advantage of that. Is your opponent prone to over swinging? Well, let's get them to shoot too much and swing them while they're reloading. Over and over again, they learn these things and they apply them. And that's truly the adaptability that M80X brings that really has what propelled them to their victory in map 1.
Yeah, in Mason, when we're talking about the adaptability of a roster like M80 Academy, I think we do have to give a lot of credit towards the coaching staff of Merc, where there were definitely some times, some of those rush rounds that we've seen repeated from the side of JJ and Co were completely shut down.
Yeah, I love the prep out of Merc, right? That ultimately, I think, was what led this team and the players as well to do the prep on their end to understand what JJ and Co were going to do, what they were going to hit them with. And ultimately, they made that dominant attack that we highlighted, the dominant opening pick game that we highlighted, and the dominant defensive side that we highlighted a lot weaker. And this was the best competition for both teams by far, because we've seen M80X stomping and rolling through teams. We've seen JJ and Co flushing through teams as well, right? So ultimately, yeah, this is like a very, very good matchup between these two teams, and I can't wait to see what we get on Chalet.
And with that, Chalet is ready, so we're going to let our casters Infernosis and Goose take us to the Swiss Alps.
It's always so nice to see our lovely desk talent, Goose.
It is.
There's nothing I like seeing more in my day than Connor's smiling face, guiding us through the breakdown, our lovely analysts. One more lovely than the other. I'm sorry, Mason, it has to be said. My goodness. Chalet will be a different beast, and it could be the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to M80X getting through this series. My Doctor Strange multiverse series of wins that I thought JJ and co would have to get to the 5th map, which I still believe if they get there, they will win it, required them to take Lab, their map pick. Their failure to do so, I can't help it, Goose. I have to feel like M80X. Ball's in their court, and you said in the break, ball don't lie, ball up top. Let's see it. How will Chalet pan out for them?
Last time these two teams met in the group stage for Group A was on Chalet. And a best of one, obviously a much different playing ground, obviously a different roster from both M80X and JJ and Co. But at the end of it, M80 won 7-3. A lot of problems that go down to just the simple structure. Obviously, JJ and Co. changing their philosophy of how they play Siege. And I think this is an opportunity where they can get redemption, not only after losing the very first map, but specifically the last time they met in the Snowy Mountains. And I think this is also a phenomenal opportunity for M80 to continue to just stab that knife even deeper in the hearts of JJ and Co.
It was what, 3-7 when they played it previously against each other?
Yeah.
It was not a great series coming out there for the side of JJ and Co. And I think JJ had mentioned it, saying like, we're a different team. We didn't like how we came out of that when we didn't play, right? They had also said prior, if we just play it like it scrims, swing, we don't care if we die, you don't care if you lose a round, don't care if you lose a map, just swing and kill. They are a new team. That was the old them. It wasn't really them. This is where they are going to be. My goodness. I have to imagine that this should be JJ to come out and say, this is not the JJ of old, this is the JJ of new.
I agree. And something that is not new, yet old, is technical breaks. We'll have to take a quick one right here. Don't go anywhere far. We'll be back shortly.
Just say it. We could have ant for that long. Just gonna say it. Players trolling the Crucible. The only reason we have a desk is for no breaks. SMH, my head here, Goose. Ban phase, though. Ying is not too big of a surprise for a map like Chalet here, Goose. The Blackbeard, which is a major target ban. JJ and Co in general, that is arguably their best operator, and arguably one of the best operators in the game right now, but is their best operator for sure. Anytime we've seen that Blackbeard being wielded by them, the scoreline, well, it reflects their success. It's utter domination on every map.
And going into this next map with Chalet, they have to change their gameplay. They have to change not only how they play individually, but how they approach M80X. I think starting on the defense is the perfect place to start. Banning Valkyrie specifically is a phenomenal read to deny more info from M80X. There are a lot of maps and series where M80X not only leans on having a lot of info on the defense, as I mentioned previously, sometimes even bringing a Pulse, Mute, Valkyrie, and a Mozzie, but taking that off the board just takes off one limb of that monster of intel from M80X. Obviously, they're starting on the attack. It won't have any immediate effect, but it is something that will have effect later on, even if we go into overtime. And I think that is a perfect read from JJ and Co. Something that shows me that they understand what adaptations they need to do, and also the strengths that M80X have.
What's better a site than Master Benjamin Office? Well, the one right below it where you can defend it as if it's exactly Master Benjamin Office, but with the luxury of a top-down vertical approach. Defensively, you can lock down the second floor, play it exactly the same way, just having some reinforcements on the floor below and maybe a little bit less utility up above, but you also get to use the floorboards there. Nearly every gamer is a nerd in their own count, and we all know the high ground is king. We've all seen it. Back in, well, actually, it should be a younger generation for some of y'all out there, but I'm sure Star Wars has not aged perfectly, but that one should age just fine. High ground is king. JJ and Co. can use that as a way to control the kitchen and dining side. M80X will have to make the decision. Do they clear out the top, which they should have to, or they want to take it very direct and try to sneak things through to the fireplace wall, through that dining wall, and try to get some smoke canisters or a cinch drone if you want to use so to get a free plant down. Aiden does have the glass out, which means smoke canisters are likely a priority for them. But they only brought one. The rest will have to be the Capital asphyxiation bolts to snuff out some intel, and they're just using this towards a big window. Try to make sure nobody's upstairs on office, and there's a Claymore kill. JJ went for the run out. Thankfully, it's a refrag. Down goes your King of Stompin', but that is a big loss for JJ. Your Kaid, that's a very strong player, and now goes Snake as well, slithering their way into the afterlife.
M80X already moving a lot more slower on their attack, and they've been rewarded for it. Now, 3 picks, leaving Epic and Recited completely alone. Epic, or Recited rather, trying to retake some space, but 2 drones and Aiden on the cutoff will shut him down, and now it's Epic in the 1v4.
What can be done? Up down. Epic able to cut down a single player, one towards Trophy. Hiding behind it. Wall inside of kitchen, wraps around here towards Pop, but your own mirror window can be used against you. You may have to walk over there, Epic, and try to melee that out. They're trying to do so. Flash goes in. As they try to take a step back the other way. No, Rice just drops on in, clears out the side of kitchen. The Flash is just too monstrous a piece of utility to keep the defensive eyesights up and running. And M80X just... that's about as clean as you can ask for a first round on Chalet. This map still tends to be fairly attacker-sided. It's like 53-47. It's really not that much attacker-sided, especially for NA. But M80X just proved it can very much still be a solid attacking round, especially on that objective if you just clear out and cut that second floor completely in half with that glass on big window.
Yeah, I mean, what a way if you are M80 to start your attack. And if you're JJ and Co., that heat lamp that is M80X is continuing to make you sweat even more now going on to the second map. And that was a round where JJ and Co. never really made it relatively safe to get back down to the bomb site. A lot of soft walls being left up. The entirety of that solarium wall going into master bedroom open. Just putting that mirror on an island in a box, a literal box inside of that closet, no way out. Also, the walls inside of the closet going into the bathroom, also soft. No cutoffs were cleared out for those players to get back. M80X just set up those crossfires, set up those 3-man positions, and then just completely dismantled that JJ and Co. run out. And with JJ himself giving a pick to the Claymore, I mean, there's nothing more you could ask for.
Tier from Recited. We know how good Recited was previously, but run out was being teased. Chance again to maybe cut Recited on the exit out, but that escape will unfortunately not go in the way of M80X's guns. Fall back. There's still so much. There's just a billion ways Recited could be dusted here, and eventually one will be found. That is just a beautiful understanding for M80X for where Recited must go, the decisions they have to make. Recided's only option there was just to have to head straight through basement, in through winery, up through snowmobile stairs, or up through blue even. It's a different route, but trying to cut up to the first floor quickly, trying to fight through trophy, have somebody on that in that eastern entrance. It's going to cost them a pivotal player, and a player that was arguably the best one for JJ and Co. on the last map that just was barely not able to clutch things up just enough in that quadra round. I needed that ace, and I even need the rest of OT, and send JJ and Co. through to this map much, much sooner as Infinite OT reared its head.
Now the next pressure, the next opponent for M80X is no player, but this extension over by top Mez and Library. Already getting of the top blue shield with the Flores. Flores getting so much use out of his utility. Vic Ban's doing a phenomenal job And JJ with the flank.
Wow.
He's able to find one. But again, the player count. Every single M80 attacker playing right next to each other allows for those singular aggressive plays for JJ and Co. to almost immediately be punished.
Snake's gonna try to hold up still inside of library. Has to drop down through hatch. Drones are starting to come out. He wants to try to clear this, but may have to extend to a spot they're not comfortable with. You have to worry about window here towards mezzanine. It's 2 players down through Ivy, looking to snuff out a player's life, and Emilio gets caught out. Snake tucked in corner. Do they make their way down? No, still hiding away. Able to remove Rice. Now Vic onto the afterlife. 2 kills for Snake. And Epic has no way to assist, but they don't need it. 1-on-1 now left. The nade forcing Snake away. Allows for the kill to go in favor for M80X, but Aiden has to get a 5th.
Attackers have located
0 deaths. Maybe a chance for Epic to scrape the first round, and a round they need on this defense. Aiden's trying to test the limits here, off towards bar. Stepping forward, player inside a pantry. Do you have to engage here? You don't necessarily have to if you're Epic, but Epic feels it's a requirement. Aiden's even calling us out. What are you doing here? You have dominant control in that position. You can determine the angle on either side. Reposition. Change up the angle. They don't. They peek the same damn thing, and JJ and Co get the same damn result as the round prior. It's now 2-0 for M80X.
Epic overall has just been having a very slow series so far. First map having really little to no effect, especially in the kill department. Even going into overtime, JJ and Co putting him on the Monty, putting him on the shield position that JJ himself was in. Now going on to the second map, after losing the first, being put in a 1v1 position where he can answer back. He can start the snowball effect. Get JJ's first. A round that not only gets them on the board, but also would put them in a better mental space, and he still falls short. A player that had a lot of effect in the 2 previous playoffs games, but right now, the lights just seem to be a little bit too bright for him, whether it's an additional player to make up for that, or somebody else.
attackers are heading out.
Because we talk a lot about having ideas. JJ mentioned in an interview previously that they, a lot of the times, will build up their strategy in that round. So they have 3 players on top of a hatch. Say, you guys want to just 3 drop in through hatch? And they're like, yeah, just do it. They want to. At the same time, we'll bring out the old cartoon effect of having a light bulb over your head. You talk about the lights are too bright for Epic. Well, I think the light bulb's a bit too dim right now for the JJ and Co strat book and their ideas within these rounds. They need to fall back to what has been working. Unfortunately for them, what does work for them tends to be the unknown, tends to be the brought up and thought up in that moment. Vic has so much intel. You still maybe thought Snake should have won that one, but it goes the other way. And M80X, once again, a first blood. And they're just going to go through the tedious game of when to rappel up to the Solarium side. Clear out maybe JJ here inside a trophy stairs. A trophy player window. Smoke canister it out and leave the glass there. JJ is stuck. How much utility will you send their way?
Another situation where there's a JJ and Co defender in a pivotal position, but cut off. He can't go up those stairs. Stompin's going to shut him down. There's a player on his window for the cross, but somehow they over-aggress. They swing him, and Emilio shuts it down, playing exactly into how JJ wanted, how they set this bottom Solarium up. And Vic bans with the team kill. What's going on?
That is unreal.
Attackers have recovered their defeat.
Wow.
JJ can't stay silent about it. You know JJ.
Was he stuck?
Had to have been.
Yeah, I mean, either that or that guy just had the dumbest moment of his career.
I think the only thing I could imagine, he tried to go down right as they were clearing the door to entry in there.
Yeah.
That's just unreal. No matter what the case is, you were 1 player down. That quickly turns to 2. You have twice the man count. If you're JJ and Co, no, make that an extra 3rd on top. Recited. Scrapes Rice's HP down to 0. What's required of them? And Vic is already at a measly 5 or 10, if even that. You know where you had Aiden just lose their life over here. The glass, the smoke canisters, still not able to get through. Step into this Surya gate and your life's going to be forfeit. The last little bit of HP you have. So JJ knows you're here, but correct placement for the crosshair gives Vic that frag, but Emilio has the crossfire, and that's where we saw previously Aiden get dusted.
You know, looking back when JJ said, let's just swing, let's play it like a scrim, I think he's the only person with that mindset. Some of these rounds where I watch him play, it's like, I'm pretty sure that is the only person with the mindset of swing anything and everything. But nonetheless, a phenomenal answer back from JJ and Go. I originally thought that JJ himself, in that power position with those Jaegers, was completely trapped at bottom Solarium. But the over-aggression from M80X, just seething at the mouth to get rid of JJ, didn't want to wait for him to rotate, understanding that all he had to do was sit there. Player swings in, JJ shuts that down. The player onside the cross, inside a trophy window, had no ability to kill him unless JJ swung him. There was no immediate pressure or position unless an attacker swung him. Doing exactly that, there was a player waiting. Emilio with the crossfire, shutting him down. It's a position that is so powerful and so hard to clear. And JJ and Co, JJ specifically, did a phenomenal job of playing into that.
Let's now being brought out for M80X. They want to shield up front. Talk about spearheading in through the competition, through the defense. M80X didn't necessarily require that of them in the first 2 rounds, but back to this site, you saw how close it did manage to get. And you don't want to rely on Epic just taking the same angle 3 times again to come away with a victory. You need to get a player in the face. You need someone to really try to throw a wrench into the library side of things, because that lasted for far too long. The player stacked up in there got way too much effect. That cannot be allowed to happen here once again. M80X are aware of that. They want speed. Let's Rice waiting just outside the window, top of snowmobile stairs. They're down below, stomping, just trying to make sure nobody's down through basement. Wants to have a crossfire to make sure nobody's in fireplace hall. Clearing out default cams. Maybe they'll work their way through first and foremost. Kokabi call as well with the Finka boost. In they go, and Aiden's in behind. There's your clearance for 1. Snake's also removed. Vic Vans gets there. Frag JJ, though, inside a pantry gets 2 as Recited follows up. Diffuser is in no man's land, and you're now losing another player as Vic's been DB'd on the step 4. They step into a frost mat and cleared out by JJ. Step forward, stomping. Down you go, and it's a 1v1 again. Franklin, Diffuser collected, but Recited, where have they gone? They found Impact in the round, but where were they? Now up on the second floor. Impact toss to create some footholds. They'll break out the top of that pantry side and have some vision as a live ping goes forward. A bulletproof camera for sure from Emilio. They're planting just here behind bar. Nothing can happen. A heavy drop, and it should be clean for Recited, and damn well it is. Who else for the side of JJ and Co to clutch up, tie up this game?
A phenomenal round from JJ Co. And something that we saw in the previous time that they defended that bar and stock bomb site is just being heavy-headed. With all this pressure, the quick rush into the bomb site with the blitz as the spearhead, JJ and Co, they didn't fall back. They didn't peel under that pressure. They stood their ground as a rock in front of M80X, as a steaming train trying to get across the land, that land being the bomb site, but with that rock in the way, with JJ and Co not filtering under that pressure, continuing to hold their positions, waiting for those swings to happen, relying on the crossfires being set up, and on top of that with Stompin going on that flank up blue stairs relatively late to when the rest of his team attacked onto the bomb site. It was a perfect opportunity for JJ and Co to shut down the rush, and that's exactly what they did in another round back-to-back, finally even it out 2-2.
At the basement, JJ says, what's more annoying than a shield meta on offense? Well, a shield on the defense, what can you possibly do? Well, I can't drop the front side of the shield, the top side of the shield, and bring out a Mark 17. What I can do is zap you away and slow down your push and stall things out for even longer. And JJ and Co's defense has been pretty darn good about that throughout the entirety of this series, whether it was map 1 or map 2. Slow and steady, they need the M80X offense to go, because they aren't the recovery team that M80X is on their defense. They're their own style. Give away some intel, pull it back away. But for a map like this, a map like Chalet that's so long widthwise, or lengthwise, however you look at the map in terms of directions, east to west, it's much harder to move to a spot that can be unseen, that can be unknown after the initial drone gets you underway. This could be a shield on sealed push. Stompin playing through Hall, double drone to go forward. Vic's got a Rotero drone, looking to maybe put this towards Boiler. They get it in towards shields. There's just nothing to stop that. And Recited will now need to make the decision. Do they hide up close behind Boiler and put, well, to be frank, your player of JJ way too close to that door?
No.
And they get another Rotero drone through. This is arguably the single best M80X offense setup they could have. This looks like the status quo you'd expect from every other team here in the league, like Core, who are known for this. M80X are bringing this out. This is due diligence at its finest.
JJ's a rock. He has nowhere to go. He just has to stand here. But still, M80X not being able to immediately react. Getting this hatch open now, they've shut these players off. They're stuck in that Boiler position. Even if they go for the rotate back, 2 players on hatch, a blitz in front of them, they're stuck. It's only all up to M80X to play these 2 players. Get rid of this position. You can see an additional player over by bar trying to apply that pressure. Remove that hatch position. Now a Nomad coming out, and they still just cannot clear it. But with Stompin with the entry, and Vic Bands with another, that's exactly what they needed.
And once again, there's your Vulcan canister placed in front towards default, now removed. Snake is able to scrape away a kill. Your Clash has fallen back. Still 1 player off on Pillar. Snake's hoping for more. Live ping is given. JJ was not able to keep their player behind them and Recited safe, and will need to do the same thing here towards Snake. No mistakes can be allowed. The step up through blue. Spotted Epic nose. Can't find the shot just yet. 1 down through Hall. I believe still Stompin holding there. Behind Washer and Dryer. No, it's Franklin now. Off goes Epic's head, and JJ alone will die alone to join the rest of the roster in the afterlife.
Another defensive round from JJ and Co, where they just play stagnant. They had that clash being paired by a player right behind him, and somehow in some way, not only did they allow 1 Rotero drone to get through, destroy the shield inside a Boiler, but then an additional second one inside the bomb site to get rid of that Pillar shield. And now it's kind of a sense where if that 1 player behind the clash just had shot at least 1 of those, it would have made that entire execution, that entire push onto the Boiler position to clear that out that much difficult. And the factor that they didn't bring an additional 3rd player from the defense to add support, didn't rotate a little bit earlier, give respect, allow for M80X to take that control before they got into a gunfight, just allowed for M80X to take 30 to 40 seconds to plan everything out, clear the utility needed. And it's another situation where JJ and Co, because they are so static, they're making these rounds, these situations for M80X very simple to deal with.
Was very concerned for a moment there, Goose, that we're going to see another problem for M80X, where they put all their proverbial eggs in the one basket that is what Electrical on map 1, and now you have the side of Boiler for map 2, right? I was very concerned that we'd see the same problem we had in map 1. Did not turn out. Wraparound made towards blue. Presence up on the first floor. Dieting crossfire off towards bar stop. Clearing it out. Big frags. The eventual usurpance of that Boiler side. And once you start to pound the rock, it opens up the passing game, right? That's the idea in M80X. Once they start to move somewhere else, it opens up their initial avenue that they wanted. And now, M80X are back to their same exact straights. Claymore is placed, and it's not JJ this time that dies to it, but it is Snake, who was having a pretty darn good game, but now is 4-6 instead of a measly 4-5. JJ and Co are down a player, already down in rounds, hoping to tie it up at halftime.
I really love this adaptation, this additional Monty that's now being brought by M80X. Opening this wall, forcing these players out of their positioning, or rather forcing them to make a decision if they want to try and be as heavy-headed as they were in the rounds previous. But with this Monty, it allows so much freedom for this execution, for this push over into Piano.
Shield so far forward. You haven't yet cleared Recited. There's no way this goes unseen for this long. Tucked in behind the wine stack. One moving in here towards balcony, and it is dealt with. But the cost in doing so, the cost of doing business here, is JJ and Co now tying things up in terms of man count. Diffuser lost over towards bathroom, though the likely presence of JJ and Co will have fallen back towards first floor. Not really actively trying to fight the diffuser location or its recollection. but it buys time. M80X have to drone this. They have to have a player outside on balcony to ensure that there's no one there. They need to make sure that this trophy stairwell has been cleared, and they haven't even droned all of it entirely, but they just weren't aware from below. Rice swings out. The cap can. The EDD's DB&O, and they had to check that doorway as well. Rice goes, don't pull a me, Aiden. I'll ping that one out for you. But it's still so much damage that's dealt, and Aiden is already a threatened force to be using the sledgehammer and the floorboards from up above. You're too darn close to them, and that can give a ton of information as to where this player is lying, and the unknown one has to be Rice. Rice took some shots from up above, trying to clear that kitchen door, and now successfully does so. Or dining door, I apologize. The decision has to be made for M80X. They have to drop, and their only option now is this kitchen hatch. Using Selmas to break the hard floorboards. They're not hard, it's made of wood. And now with 10 seconds left, the noise must be made. They'll break through the wall here towards corner. Aiden's made the wraparound. Are they seen? No, they're not. Aiden, one-on-one. Time is impossible, but epic. Now 2 rounds in this half, brother. You don't have to take this fight, but it costs them again. And JJ and Co can't catch a break in the first half.
Again, these stagnant positions from JJ and Co. You saw in that 2v2, M80X, little on time. They had the drones needed, but they didn't have the time. They didn't have the map control to send a drone in. Even if they did, it would have been shot out and that player would have moved. Instead, started to work the vertical and just read into the positions because they saw that that last player inside of dining could have been nowhere else. It was an easy guess he would have been in that corner waiting for that sledge to overwalk, but he did not overwalk. And then an overswing from the last JJ and Co player allowed for Aiden to shut him down. Another example of JJ and Co overextending themselves, giving M80X these opportunities that otherwise would not be possible. And on top of that, not doing enough of consistently reading into these attacking positions. And now M80X, they get to go into their defense up 4-2.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
Defender-sided chalet is something you don't hear often, but about what you'd expect for a map like this. Offense taking 4. JJ and Co's defense letting it happen. But when you have 2 1v1s and these rounds could have gone either way, and it just rolls out to problems with positioning or maybe misreading the clock and timer, which should be your friend on defense, it's going to happen. Now you have to play a perfect offense. Selma will go here towards the office wall. Holding in mezzanine, you want to try to flush out this top down. What I said is what's better than holding office in master bedroom, which is a terrible objective. It's during office and dining where you have that second floor extension and can actively defend it the same way with the fallback plan being readily available. M80X are doing so well, but they've given up the office wall, which means they'll be super reliant on this T shield that they've placed, which could be entirely shut down if we see JJ and Co do what we saw M80X do, which is a player, which was the glass for M80X of Aiden, to get big window and hold that rappel up in master bedroom.
And just this simple addition of a shield up top, this castle allows for these crosses to just be completely denied. That's extra defending utility that JJ and Co otherwise would have to clear. An isolated swing from JJ being answered by Vic Bands as Recited shuts him down. Case still not in the control, but still don't have this top control, have no real info. And a run in from Recited is going to need to go do big.
More chance, fallback made. They're trying to escape, and the roam is so successful for M80X, or the extension, I should say. Franklin sends a nitro to Emilio, and Epic loses out to the 9mm C1. Recited, who had such a solid start on the second floor, is now 1 of 2 remaining, alongside Snake, who does find their one off to Franklin, but they'll need 2. Stompin', spotted by the Deimos drone. Rotate to a spot that has hard walls from above, and now it's the only one remaining, holding this dining door. Shots do connect. Stompin' is at 50 HP. And that's where Recited hot drops through kitchen and usurps the site from out of under control. Swing around the own objective. It's theirs now, baby. And M80X cannot keep the defense alive, or the dream for the second half. JJ close it up by 1.
Another round where JJ and Co., a semblance in their previous 2 best of 3s, they did a phenomenal job at reading pace. Understanding that M80X on that top floor specifically resided reading that they were relatively stagnant, not moving their defender positions around, waiting for JJ and Co. to make the first move, whether that be a player right inside of their face, that being recited, being able to win his ones, then being backed off a late rotation by Vic Bands, being shut down by the Deimos above. It is a situation where pacing won the round out. M80X, their pacing was a little bit slow when it needed to be faster. JJ and Co. reading into that perfectly, extending when M80X were still, finding those isolated picks that, to be fair, M80X also gave them, and because of it, they find their very first round.
I just quoted somebody in the desk previously in JJ & Co.'s game against War? Am I wrong? I don't remember at this point. They talked about how JJ & Co.'s offense controls the clock. They break a defense's rhythm, was the term that they use. The rhythm of a defensive structure and the timing they're used to playing in. They never follow the standard timing of attack. It's always different. It's always swift, and we see it here once again. What a big boom from Recited. Throw that back in slow-mo, Zay, a little bit later. But it is still JJ & Co. coming away with major frags. Emilio to Franklin. Stompin somehow strips out Snake. JJ & Co. have the default plant position and can continuously dish out the hurt as now only Stompin's remaining and their life is just as quickly forfeited. They never follow the status quo, the timing of standardization of attack. They break it, and it shuts down defenses. You'd think the coaching staff would read into that for M80X, but this one just caught them off guard. It was just that fast.
Talk about fast. That 4-2 lead just dissipates right as it got in front of them. 2 back-to-back rounds where JJ and Co. read into a relatively slow defense from M80X. That round specifically that we just watched inside of basement, M80X still setting up their entire defensive positions. Stomping on the Vigil, who was supposed to be roaming, still was not sent up to the top 2 floors. JJ and Co. realizing this, understanding that there was no real pressure inside of Car Garage or over by water, and then just barging in with the blitz, taking them off guard, and M80X not prepared whatsoever. It's a mistake, though, that will not be made twice, and now, yet again, we're going to need to see how deep, attacking strategy-wise, JJ & Co.'s bag really is.
Tied game, 4-4 in JJ & Co. Well, you had a very solid first round of the second half. Round 7 pans out well. Deimos worked wonderfully to keep Stompin away from the fight, forced them to run elsewhere. That isolated a 2v1 for the initial play to get the 2v1 at the end. In this last round, you did it a completely different pacing, completely new style. And you've now screamed out to M80X, we have a whole lot. You just don't know what it is just yet. And this is maybe a chance where I'd say M80X, lose one more, take a timeout. Coach needs to divulge timings, needs to divulge where they can slow things down. Maybe looking at something like a Legion. They have a Fenrir in Aiden's hands now as a hope and prayer to slow down somebody on JJ Co. If there's a shield in front and Epic steps into it, who cares? It's a Monty. The shield's going to still be risen. And they'll be risen. Rising up in the kill feed if M80X do not figure out that they are slowly suffocating you. Aiden is trapped here with nowhere to go. No, they get out. What? What an escape plan that's made. There's just your shield player can't fight that. Epic was stuck waiting for help.
The good thing, though, for JJ & Co. is they've cleared this entire extension over by Master with little less than a minute off the board. And now are well able to be prepared to expect this flank. No immediate pressure coming from that Solarium side. Vic Band's below, though, and here comes Aiden. But does he know that there is a player Solarium waiting for him? No, he does not. And Recited yet again with another opening. But Rice, he wants to fight back.
Whoa! Recited. Always the pivot player for JJ & Co. 13-5 now and still hunting for more. Has your Sophia forward of JJ to claim space top of stairs. Snake does strip away one's life. And though JJ does lose that fight to Vic, Vic is now forced to vacate that stair control and is having to lie on that transition point between first and down through Blue Hall. You don't have to go direct here. you have a Monty. The safety is there. The question will be Franklin inside of bar stock, rotating on that pantry side and just biding their time. Stuck in a bad spot. Vic Bands knows there's a shield in front. Tertiary player there behind them to assist. I think they spotted the barrel of the one inside Mud, and there's a great coverage coming from Franklin as Vic Bands isolates. One now alone. Shield in front. The legs don't matter. Epic! Epic finally makes the play that's needed. Make their presence known. Scream your name to the rooftops. JJ and Co. have all 5 back again, and the scoreboard is reflecting it.
3 rounds. Scott, 3 rounds completely untraded. A mismanagement of that roam. And now we are starting to see, I talked about how JJ and Co. really needed to read not only into the overall plan from M80X, but specifically that defense. It did a phenomenal job at clearing that early roam, understanding that there was going to be another aggressive player, and let's hear from Merc.
Like, when they do rush, that's the only time they win, is when they like full rush and they just clear our like power spots fast, and they just go like, if they're not rushing, just slow down, don't get aggressive, make them execute. They can't execute for shit, bro. Let's bring more like trap ops if we think they're gonna rush. Let's bring the clash for the basement, like we said. Let's start just like closing off walls and shit and just being ready for a rush, and just talk to each other, boys. Like, come up with plays, like call what we're watching, don't panic. That's all it is. They're not doing anything crazy. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna.
I mentioned that. I said if they're going to have something to kind of shut down the JJ and Co. push, they need something like a Legion. They have something Finra. That was what they had last round, and it was much slower. But I think that was the game plan from the start for JJ and Co. Slower start, immediate rush afterwards. Just find the impact in those final like 3v3, the 4v4 scenarios really close to sight, and boxing places close to sight. They like to get up close and personal. They like to take the fight to you because they genuinely believe, and by all accounts to them, they got here for a reason. They are the best team in T3, and they want to make claims to that as well towards T2 and higher. They want to be capable of saying that. They are the JJ and Co. of old, and they're also the JJ and Co. of new. But M80X, they say the right things. Merc's saying, bring the trap ops, slow things down, don't play into JJ and Co.'s game. But by letting them get close, by letting them play into the cinching, the boa constrictor strategy before they really cinch upon you and start boxing, you're honestly still playing into their hands. There needs to be counterance to it, in my opinion, instead of denial to it, because there is no way to be totally in denial for this. JJ and Co. an inevitability.
I mean, JJ and Co. doing a phenomenal job in attacking the map at multiple different points. You can see Hibana getting both of those castle barricade windows over by Highway. Then being paired with Epic on the Monty, clearing this library over, and then you even have Recited being backed up by Snake down below, and Recited, he's just in the bomb site. He's got to wear out this entire defense, and he finds 3. What's going on?
It's a plant now for JJ. The quick rush. M80X, your entire strategy was to stop them from rushing. No employment whatsoever for this. Stomping on the hatch. Nate tossed over. This does not clear the hatch just yet. This one does, but it wouldn't have mattered. Epic just rushes on in. Epic's found their heyday. Shield off again. I know it is not the Blackbeard that everybody wants for the side of JJ and Co., but it's still a damn good one. And now with Epic being able to wield this, JJ and Co. have found new life. They've breathed something into Chalet, and they are stripping, very possibly, this map pick away from M80X. Keep in mind, this was 3-7 last time they played earlier on here inside of the Crucible. And we were scared for a while. I was, Goose. I don't know about you. At the start, when we saw M80X doing so well, Co. completely turned it on its head. This feels like they are in utter control, and it's just an inevitability. Like I said, M80X have to just change everything. And here's what we mentioned, Merc playing that clash down in basement. They didn't want to change this. How will Franklin's impact go? They're hiding the clash. They don't want it to be spotted by drones.
Again, a perfect example of rock, paper, scissors theory. M80X playing into that very structured playstyle, going for that heavy extension, being backed up by the defender positions, setting up a crossfire, using that defender utility that forces JJ and Co. to clear it, but then JJ and Co. playing the complete opposite, playing around that, just going right into the bomb site, yet again, not only on this map, but problems that we saw on the very first one, all the way over on Nighthaven Labs, of an overextension, the site being relatively free, and JJ and Co. just waltzing their way in like they have the key to the city, and yet again, another deficit, a 4-6 deficit for M80.
JJ will go ahead and break open an exothermic breach on here to the snowmobile garage wall. Whether or not you actively use this, now M80X don't have any safety within garage, and they'll have to either hold just behind the shelf near default in garage or all the way back towards Blue Hall. Once you start to apply pressure towards Winery, then they've got to start to transition their defense. In their own game is where the most impact has to be found for M80X. Now a player here on T. Recited, holding close, waits for the pre-fire and the spray to come out the other way, and now starts to go on the hunt. Live pings being given, repels in the opposing end. Epic wants something here. No longer on a shield off the Finka to try to help elevate this team, but Aiden is still allowed to get back to sight, though it was close for a moment there. Caster's Curse almost reared its head. They will have all 5 here, and now it's going to be the problem of where do you place all 5 players in this tight, constricted space?
Now on top of that, Aiden going for that one-off isolated roam, trying to catch off JJ and Co., but then had to run through the entire obstacle course being set up by those crossfires set up by JJ and Co. Weren't able to find him, but they did clear him out of the spot. Now, a missed Tuberau canister is going to allow for that hatch to be open. Emilio also taking down Franklin, getting rid of the clash. And yet again, Aiden stuck in a corner on an island. And JJ and Co., they know exactly where he is. JJ outside of the bomb site, just looking, teething at the mouth to get in the bomb site, find a pick and get that bomb down.
Everything for M80X here, Goose, was so reliant on this clash. Merc's only guidance for the next round for basement was having this clash. And now M80X are lost. Snake gets 2. Emilio finds a 3rd for him. Now it's just stopping. An ace would be required of them. 2 kills already netted. 3 more have to come. The nade will force them back. The almost are killed by the impact of that nade, but they'll be killed by the impact of the 5.56 from the R4C instead. What a swift map in comparison. Chalet, a 7-4. Now, it's not a 3-7, so you get 1 more round in comparison, but it still is JJ shocking everybody. In my multiverse of madness, Doctor Strange idea of saying they had to win the first map now goes out the window. They've changed the book. The script has been rewritten, and now Consulate is still very much so in the books for them.
A map that, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many others, a map that they should not have won. But the inability of M80 to adapt, and also playing into a playstyle that they are not known for. Playing very structured. Trying to force JJ and Co. to deal with those extensions, it just was not enough. We will still need at least 2 maps for either team if they want to win. But before that, before our next map, let's send it back to the desk and hear their thoughts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as everything is all tied up going into map 3. JJ and Co. steal away M80X's map choice of Chalet in Mason. The trade game was on point.
Oh, exactly. I mean, every round you saw, it looked like someone would die, and immediately there is a trade. Whether it be direct or indirect is one to argue. I think that ultimately the direct trading could be improved by both sides, but there's that push and pull aspect happening on both sides for each team, whether it's the flank or the direct attack or the double swing. Like, there is so much happening in these rounds, and it's hard for some minds to keep up, and you can see that M80X struggled a lot with this map, and I feel like the experience of JJ and Co. really shined through here on Chalet.
Yeah, experience has been a huge point of contention here, Yali, as both of these rosters do have players that have played at the highest level. Sure, you could say with M80 Academy, with Rice plus Merc, you kind of got to give them the edge there.
I mean, you might be able to argue that, but at the same time, Snake, on the other hand, has done quite well, and JJ does have a coach in their back pocket too, the coach for M&M, who has been coaching M&M for over 2 years. So while there is a little bit of an edge at the very top, there's overall much more experience on the side of JJ and Co. Both Emilio and JJ with multiple years in Tier 2, or at least a year in Tier 2, whereas everyone on Band's Coast outside of Rice barely played in Tier 2 at all. They played in Element, and they didn't make the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. But my point stands that there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for M80X to play against these high-level teams where JJ has had lots of opportunity to do that and has sort of developed some of these instinctual responses to some of the things that M80X are trying to pull out.
Yeah, and Mason, something that you have to just think about is as the series continues, the experiences are going to become more and more and more impactful. So now as we go into our next map, map 3, at a fully even score line, it's like we're stepping into a best of 3 now.
It gets there, right? Best of 3 territory now for both these teams. A little bit of a restart overall, but I still feel like that these teams have a lot to prove to each other when it comes through. And if I remember correctly, it's Border for the 3rd map of this series. We saw M80X pull it out for the first time ever, at least on broadcast yesterday. And then as well, JJ and Co. Border, a map that they don't play too often, but they do enjoy here and there. And I'm sure that they've got some prep work done from the map that they were able to watch yesterday. And I can't wait to see how M80X have to tackle JJ and Co. on Border.
In Yali, we're seeing some more stomping highlights, as always, for the side of M80X, where if you looked at the scoreline up at the top, it kind of showed a story. It was initially M80 Academy surging out to a pretty dominant lead, and I thought we were going to say, hey, you know, this is going to be a 2-0. We're going to be feeling good for M80 Academy. Then all of a sudden, it's 7 rounds in a row for JJ and Co. What do you think is kind of going on in the heads of M80 Academy as they just go on a huge loss streak?
Well, they've never actually had an opponent of the strength of JJ. Like you mentioned, these teams have been forged in fire, but I also said, how much fire have they really taken, right? JJ 4-1 during playoffs, and M80X 4-0 during playoffs, which is absolutely nothing to shake a stick at, but it speaks to maybe not the highest caliber of teams that M80X was playing against, right? Yes, they're a fantastic team. Yes, they're going to take any high-level team and make them at least give them a run for their money. Just look at JJ right now, right? But they haven't necessarily proven themselves until now, and they've got that opportunity, but it's still going to take the absolute most from them in order to actually pull this off.
Yeah, and right now, Mason, the most has really come out of the back pocket of Recited, who has been putting up a phenomenal show. Now top of the scoreline in 2 straight maps.
Yeah, series is all a numbers game, right? And ultimately, it's who can play more consistent. How long is Recited going to last throughout this series? Because he's been that heavy backpack for JJ and Co. Someone else is going to have to step up, fill that, maybe fill a little bit of a gap for him. Epic has been a little quiet in this series. He had a very good, nice day yesterday, so it would be nice to see a little bit of a resurgence. But ultimately, it's that same thing for both sides, right? How long is that consistency going to last? We did hear in Aiden's interview earlier on that Stompa was playing in the roller tournament earlier on, so that was a BO5 he had already played in. The fact that he's playing in another one is insane to me, but burnout is a real thing in Siege, and if either of these 2 teams start to feel it, it will probably start to see some signs here on map 3.
Yeah, map 3 is ready. These are players that are already in lobby, and they wanted to go quick. So Goose and Infernosis, take us away.
If there are 1,000 Connor fans, then I am still of this earth. If there is 10 Mason fans, then this is the wrong reality. Let's be frank. Now we're stepping into map 3. I'll take any chance to take in a glimpse at any point. It's Border, and this is one where it's kind of contended. I still feel like a lot of people put M80X kind of on the edge for this one, but JJ feeling comfortable enough to kind of lock this in. And you had the clubhouse ban that was really concerned that didn't even come into play, right? Like that was something that was expected to be played by the side of M80X, not in contention. Like maybe it feels like JJ gets away with something, can cook up something crazy here, but overall, utility wise and playstyle wise, both teams should thrive here. It's just going to come down to how can these defenses hold. M80X's defense obviously couldn't swing on the map of Chalet. They have done so much better. We saw on Labs. Will Border be different? Will JJ and Co, when they get to their attacking side, do what they just did and sweep through with breeze?
Previously, both of these teams in the playoffs so far have played Border. M80X beating Core on it 7-5, going up against a very structured play style, eventually being able to beat them out. JJ and Co, though, playing Border and beating Cruelty 7-3, a stylistic matchup very similar to the team right in front of them, that being M80X. Obviously, you can take whatever context you want from both of those matchups. We know any understanding before this best of 5 has been thrown out of the window. Both teams winning each other's maps pick. And now going on to border, we talked about that very quick, fast aggression. If you drone, you find any intel on the defender position, the attacking team, no matter if it's M80 or JJ Co, will more than likely react on it fastly. And it will be a thing that will more than likely continue to have effect on border here.
I'm so excited we actually get to see Bank as well, guaranteed in this series. This grand finals has been a long time coming for the Crucible. Obviously, it was delayed back in December, and sort of February was kind of a, when do we truly start? How's it going to go? Which teams would make it here? I don't think anyone expected either of these teams to make it. And JJ & Co is kind of on a Cinderella story run, it feels like, Goose, right? They had to face Cruelty. They somehow upset them. It did take all 3 maps, and we did, in fact, see them go to border against them, where they beat them 7-3. The final map in that series, they whooped them 7-3. So JJ has precedence recently against a wonderful team. But then you had them facing in their last series as well, Friendship. It was like, okay, well, it's like gonna be Friendship team, and JJ & Co still stripped away the title chances and made their way into the grand finals. JJ & Co don't want to let this end so simply, and they have to start off on the right foot for the map of border, a lot like they did well for Chalet initially for their defending rounds, where they had control for first bloods. Line impact frags, not just fruitless peaks and not really impactful kills. Sided wanted something there, and I think the Rook choice is a solid idea. See if you get DB node instead of killed, but M80X has done a wonderful job of actually finding headshots. I don't know if that would be as important. We shall see as the round progresses.
A lot of defender utility over by this long hallway and CCTV position. A stronghold, some might say, but with a Zofia and a Flores on the board, these castle barricades, these shields are going to be no match. Aiden just pushing his way up, waiting for this Roturo drone to open that wall. He's going to run right past it, use that sound to just run right in, and he finds 2 and completely disconnects it, almost finding a 3rd.
JJ's able to strip 2 now. What? Stomping off the approach. Now 3 coming from that direction. The last 2 trying to drone things out. Bryce and Franklin. Man's the only one that has to move forward, and this hatch is just not wanting to go out. There you go, JJ. Finally dropping down to the first floor. JJ and Co have to do what M80X were known for, the recovery game. They both now have a tertiary angle to work with here towards Elbow Hall. The fallback plan will be made. Franklin just team kills Rice. We saw this happen with M80X in the last map prior, and we saw what happened in that round. Franklin, though, teases the diffuser. Gets Epic. One more chance. JJ stuck off by Beeper. Tries to extend into it, and instead gets extended a hand by the Grim Reaper themselves. JJ and Co fall in round 1, not starting their map pick off on the right foot, and M80X will be the first team to strike.
The desk talked about it just a tad bit. Before this matchup here today, M80 playing another best of 5 over on console on Roller Sunday, and going into the overall idea of how long a team can go mentally. Best of 5s are the definition of a marathon, not a sprint, and even after a very tough map too. Talked about how we would start to see a lot of that tiredness start to seep in on map 3, and it started off, M80X looked fresh as ever, taking every opportunity possible, coordinating that first Flores drone on that castle barricade, being backed up by Aiden to shut down 3 people, eventually being able to be traded, but you got the man advantage. You got what you were seeking for, and then you just had to go trade for trade. Even with an unlucky team kill, they were able to shut it down and put it into a 2v1. JJ and Co will continue to feel this pressure from M80X. They're not going to let off that gas pedal, and they need to do something quick.
All cams we cleared out on the approach, M80X. Maybe you could chalk up a lot of the success of that last round to the very quick starting 2. You can't be given that every single time. A JJ and Co that turns into this kind of a misnomer. Was it luck? Was it just a misplay by us positionally? Time will tell. You know somebody's out here on the balcony. Recited wants this. There could be someone on either end, east and west. You know, there's one off to his left. He had the audio cue initially. He'll step away from that new belt. Not the best spot ever. Drone in through main hall, snuffed out. AJ has the control from first floor. Any intel M80X will get, we highlighted it on map 1 of Labs Goose. Quickly afterwards, JJ&Co's defense tends to move, but there's no moving away from that cut on the flank, on the rotate out. Vic gets there one, but JJ refrags information quickly driven to their teammates, and it finds impact right afterwards.
Now, just a minute into the round, I was going to say it was an even trade, but again, like a magician, Aiden just pulling an additional pick out of his hat, putting JJ&Co in the 3v4, and with additional time, they have everything that they need to just send these additional drones out, start to figure out this extension on the top floor, and they don't need to rush. They have a minute and 30 on the board to work with. They have somebody over by bottom Mendel going for the flank, trying to even potentially clear space inside of Workshop, and there's just so many different points of attack that M80X have going for them.
Stomping spots away, Epic. Epic, who had a very slow start when it came to their defense previously. Transition to offense on Chalet was the game changer for JJ&Co, but you can't just stroll through this first half. If you're JJ&Co, you have to play good defense to survive. We saw a wonderful selection from them previously against side of Cruelty. This is not looking anything similar to how it was against Cruelty. Ada now off to Emilio. Snake, a 1v4 dire. With 40 seconds left. What can you possibly do? Your first blood has to be as the player stepping forward. Eurosa, Franklin. There's your central hall. Rice just swinging, running and gunning. Knows where they have to look. The shots came out towards the Osa. And the information is clean for M80X. 2-0. Now, JJ&Co and their map pick don't get the best start.
Border as a whole serves the purpose as an aggressive map. It is the perfect platter, the perfect meal for a team that likes to play aggressive, just like M80X. Even with JJ&Co switching back to what they were before, all the way back on that Fluffy Aimers roster where they played aggressive, it's only been for a week, but M80X has been brewing this aggressive overall theory of Siege, especially on their attack, for months now. Even having Stompin on the roster for relatively, I'd say, a good 2 months now, having work on the roster as a coach, they just have more time, more experience, and honestly, with the more mechanically talented players, if we go head-to-head between both, M80X is just the team that is meant to play aggressive. JJ&Co, they try to play into it. It's just not the form of Siege they are known for, the form of Siege they've been playing months previously, and we're starting to see how that leaves cracks, especially on the defense, on an aggressive map like Border.
JJ&Co on defense for Labs. We said a lot that they were a team that stays alive constantly. They understood everything. It felt like they read the map faster than M80X even realized what they were doing within the map. And they're a team that thrives when facing a methodical, very well thought out, well-fleshed, strategical team. Like Core, who play by the book the entire round. And then, when they don't find any success, we're forced to fall flat right at the objective gates. We saw a little bit of that on Chalet from JJ&Co. M80X were falling flat a couple times. Wasn't perfect. Saw a lot of that on Labs. M80X, they're not throwing anything normal at the attack on Border. It's always something different as a Nitro is tossed. Two, though. Epic gets the big one as the shield is stripped away from the face of the offense. And it's just Rice and Aiden now alone. Diffuser collected. Rice maybe with a chance to go for this as the smoke canisters will go out. But you've got pocket balls. The impact you could toss out if you were nearby, but you're just not. And you have to extend into space. Recited taken down by Aiden. 40 seconds left now as the time constraints have been forced into the lap now of JJ and Co to retake the site. Aiden out here on balcony, working their way in for assistance for Rice, who can play along this hall. The Impact's trying to strip the shield away from their face and face their fate as the shots finally connect well enough from Emilio. And there goes Snake, slithering into space and taking down the glass from outside of a window.
Even with the plant going down, even with a near flawless post-plant position. Sorry, right? JJ just an absolute character, to say the least. Definitely not letting down that form of his game. But around where it was a back and forth, M80X almost winning it out, a poor position from a blitz, a phenomenal swing onto that ventilation player holding his cross, and JJ and Co. find their very first round, adapting to that very aggressive rush plant into archives perfectly. That is a plant that not only they've seen 100 times over, I've seen 100 times over playing console with. Probably something that M80X is very familiar with, but because it was so simple, because there was no really other directional push on that attack, JJ threw out 2 C4s and that entire plant, that entire round, essentially was done.
Defense holds out round 3. Round 4, a little bit of a different story to tell. Obviously, a quick entry in towards your A side if you truly wanted to have it. M80X, we've only seen them go for a very quick rush and plant. Twice on Labs, the first one fell through. Once on Chalet, and then argue that last round was fairly quick in terms of impact. Here's the B side. M80X could maybe cheek up or chalk up something. They will not have any shields. They don't have a safety. The Ying that was banned on Chalet is in play here from Franklin. The Candelas can be very nice if you are trying to dissolve any defenders, I should say, trying to hold line of sight for a possible planting angle, maybe through that main door connecting. Bulletproof camera stolen by Rice. Steal away one of the mines as well, and one more could be brewed up as Rice is just trying to ping out some more intel. There's a goo mine placed on the floorboards just below that window, which may give a call out for the team of M80X to say, we don't like how much is stacked up on B. We want top-down control. Let's head up to the second floor.
Having both a sledge... That's it. I was going to say something else. You do have Stompin' with the breach charges, but that's utility that's going to take time for him to be able to use. Still having to clear out this extension. JJ holding such an aggressive angle all the way from hatch onto printer window jump in, but no M80X player residing there still. Just trying to find a way into the building itself. Nick Bands, though, could lose his life, but a poorly timed swing from Recited gets M80X their first.
JJ and Co need to recover this frag. No one's there for the re. In up on the second floor, trying to make a opportune movement in through break, or at least force JJ and Co to think about it. Making lots of noise up on the second floor still. Vacating that floor, though, for JJ and Co. Still feels like it's too soon, but you know things are coming. 80 seconds left. Snake's up above, but Epic's down below. And I'm not talking about this map no more. It's the afterlife for you. A Stompin'. It's their second in this map throughout their 4 rounds. Is now rotating to try to join the rest of the team. Armory, great visibility across, but what can you do with that intel? You can only hold for a cut. Try to get Franklin into space on site. They're in deep, and Stompin's able to snuff out Emilio. Though they do fall quickly to Snake. The impact's been found on the second floor. You just gotta clear out JJ. Where's the drone for the player here holding main stairs? JJ had a chance for one more, but falls through. It's just Snake upstairs, executes the player of Vic Bands. Rice and Aiden alone, separate by an entire floor between them. Snake's able to quickly, with a lot of noise in a sprint, maybe not aware somebody's coming through main stairs and could wrap around through Fountain Wall. There's your Valkyrie. Sorry, here's your player of Aiden. Your Nomad upstairs. The timing, the movement, too quiet. M80X secure another one on the offense. Round 4 is theirs for the taking.
And with how Border as a whole tends to really go, 4-2, just an additional round for M80X, isn't necessarily needed, but would be very well appreciated, especially by them themselves. But again, a phenomenal way to just read into these positions. JJ and Co also playing relatively isolated. Even if there were two players doubling up like that position up inside of Armory, they were so disconnected. The player over by lockers by half wall, not in immediate position to get that swing. He did get it, but he wasn't able to save his friend, his teammate on the top floor, and with already a man deficit, sure, you got the trade, but you don't gain a man back. M80X doing a phenomenal job at just playing into that man count, not over-aggressing when they don't need to, playing back, allowing for JJ and Co to boil in their own blood, play over-aggressive when they need to, and so far, M80X phenomenally still have control of this series.
Attackers are moving to
Not
defuse the
personally.
bomb.
Good say both.
Yeah.
They get this, they're in control of it, right? They get
Oh,
the
yeah.
map.
Technically, in
Technically,
rounds,
right now they're in control of the series.
Yeah.
They have more rounds in total comparison. At least rounds that mattered for a map win. Truly, who knows? It is anyone's game. JJ and Co did the unthinkable, beat out M80X on Chalet. They also did the unthinkable and lost their map pick on Labs, a map that I think a lot of people were saying was going to be theirs. The reason why we expected it to go to 4, but Recited out through waiting, out through that checking door, gets a DB&O to Aiden and whiffs way too many UMP shots. It is what it is. Sometimes you have to take your lumps, but they have this window to try to get some spots off the other way. This also stacks, I think, too many players here on top of East Stairs, and having too much here could be a quick way to lose out. And that is one of the wildest angles. You can't even see a sliver of Vic's head there.
Oh,
they have
my
a whole gun
God.
through the window. Esports at its finest. You
see
just
that
never know.
Oh, another team kill! That's
3 for M80X.
the second in this map, keep in mind. And they still have a 4v3. It could be a 5v3 right now. M80X still in a very good position. Player of Emilio upstairs completely disconnected from his additional teammates, JJ and Epic. They will be playing together, but they fall off the bomb site. They give that respect in a sense. The Bandit also now being tracked. They understand that there is at least one player inside of Connector. Still a minute and 15 on the board. Plenty for M80X. So much intel and info on the board to work with, and Stomp and shutting down JJ. It just keeps getting better for them this round.
What is Epic gonna have to do here? The UMP, this one's not gonna whiff around Aiden. Will secure the frag. Think about how this round would change if Recited had gotten that kill. Didn't need to step to Eastern Stairs and didn't get their head lopped off their shoulders by Vic. Demo's trapped. Knows a player is off towards security or inspection. Tries to run away from Stompin'. Shots on either side. Throws out a Nitro. Does this go far enough? Does not make it through the gap there in that short wall. And now this is a post-plant scenario. One player up on the second floor and 2 is surrounding you, suffocating that frag up the developing scenario for M80X. Another round win, and you're kind of drowning in this pressure, it feels like, JJ and Co. Something has to give, because you're on a respirator right now. 4-1. Very well could be 5-1 with the way pacing has been and the lack of change from JJ and Co. Round 6. Big one in front of them.
I mean, not only this map, but this series as a whole is a game of inches. Those small opportunities that JJ and Co. still miss. Not being able to get that spray completely down onto the sledge. Giving up that first pick that was essentially given up to you. That player just completely overplaying his position, not realizing that he was in the line of sight in that little office area. But again, because you didn't get it, and on top of that, just playing 2 still at top east, giving the Deimos that one, you just can't play this stagnant. You can't play this predictable, because M80X is a team that will read into it ages before you even step into your position. JJ and Co., if they want to get at least a 2-4 half, God forbid a 5-1, they have to be ever evolving, ever moving around this map, and make M80X continue to play every single position on their feet.
JJ Co will finish up their last structuring on defense. Want to solidify their footholds, and I think they have a bit of a call to make here. Curious about whether or not they want to attempt to run out, go for these peaks outside. It's obviously failed. Look at the scoreline, though, and this is something that I didn't want to necessarily touch on, as I did kind of dog against Epic previously, but
Yeah.
Resida needs to get dogged into quite a bit here. This was the player. JJ Co had joked previously that, or actually it was Aiden joked previously, that as long as they shut down Core's #1 player, then they had no team. And that turned out to be true. JJ and Co now have pretty much confirmed that Resided is the best player in the lobby at any given point, and they are silent. And the scoreboard up at the top of our screens is very much so reflective of that. JJ and Co need Resided to find kills. Yeah, offense should greatly help with that, because Resided is damn good on offense, but defense should never have been this bad.
The intel moving a little bit slower this time around. They know that Resided is on an island all the way over by CC wall, but they don't know who's in the hallway. Resided almost exposing his position. They know he's here. They just can't get him, and they let him slip by, but Vic Bands is able to shut him down on the cross.
Watch the exit. It's a perfect play with the Deimos. Something that was used well by JJ and Co on Chalet to counterplay. Use it yourself, find impact, and force the JJ and Co side into that player disadvantage. Big Bands drops to the first floor, hunting for more, clears the default cam. Wants to try to get something off here on the second floor. This will be Emilio that has been spotted. With the completely soft floor from here, damage is almost a guarantee. Kill, though, could be up in the air, as there is a kill for both sides. JJ takes down Stomping. Rice immediately refrags, so it's back to M80X being in the lead.
Now a 4v3 and 50 seconds on the clock. This gives just enough time for M80X to try and work additional info with Vic Bands on the vertical below. Get any drones possible, but with such hardened defender positions, their main line attack is going to be this B-bomb. Only Epic standing in their way with immediate pressure. They're going to need to rely on the back of Rice to get this opening.
Okay, let's just go out. Rice wants to move forward, trying to just distract. Pulls out the gun, and that may be costly, but M80X have Vic and Franklin to make up for it. A trade in the final frag, and they get each other out, but when you're the only one left remaining, getting the other one and trading means nothing. And M80X not just sweep through on the offense, they do so in a 5-1 manner. And every round felt like a different, new, evolved way for M80X to find success. Nearly never the same exact strategy twice. And if we saw something that was similar to the round prior, the end result was still very different, because JJ and Co were at least changing, but never changing in the right direction.
We spoke about it in the band phase, and the desk spoke about it before we mentioned it, but this best of 5, this map in particular, map 3, was really going to be a scale of both teams, how far they can go, how much further they can continue to run. And so far, M80X looks like they have a lot more gas in the tank. JJ and Co, they're stagnant positions, a lot of the time just sitting and waiting for M80X to make the first move. JJ and Co reacting off of what this attack was doing in the first half goes to at least show me that they are getting a little stale. They are getting a little bit tired in adapting to this M80X roster. And for M80X, this looks like the very first map.
Scoreline cannot reflect the same way, though. If you're JJ and Co, you do not want to let it turn back to have M80X take it. Bank is, I have to say, Bank is anyone's game. I don't know what the desk is going to say in between these two, but I do want to think that M80X would have a little bit of a leeway when it comes to that map. Just the play style from them, the way that they're feeling themselves right now. Grand Finals is one thing, but to play like this in the Grand Finals against a team like JJ and Co so successfully, it's just a whole nother. Dropping the shield is a big problem if you're JJ. Down goes 2. DB&O for Stomping, and while that is cleaned up, you still have to get more kills. That's why Epic stepped up to bat, and they send a home run, but you got to throw another one the other way. If you're Franklin, you send one out to home field. 3 versus 2. Everything that JJ and Co have gotten in this round have quickly been sent back the other way. This is where your Deimos can be probably the most impactful player to still have up and standing. Emilio, that's never going to go anywhere there, Epic. You know this player's still there in the corner. I guess he's just trying to draw fire at this point. But you have to take the swing. 2, maybe more, almost. But Epic wisely doesn't double swing. And Franklin frees up a kill to tie things 2-on-2. As Emilio cinches forward. It's just M80X falling back wisely.
A 2v2 now for JJ and Co. Now just getting this additional info. M80X also changing up their positions. Emilio is able to at least track Aiden, but they still have no idea where Rice is holding, and holding such a long angle. If they just overswing an inch, he'll take their head off.
75 seconds. JJ and Co have plenty of time. It's just a matter of utility at this point. No more Selmas, a Claymore, but what is that truly going to do here? Deimos has used their last target. Once again, this is off towards Rice. Maybe Emilio could validate going to the floor below, but then that leaves Epic alone, the Fuser by itself. Epic needs to start to transition away from Fountain side, in through door to get to the A site, but there's where you have line of sight. Deimos of Emilio gets one. Wanted to finish, but it won't matter. Why are you swinging so far forward there? The finisher does not have to be there. In the process of trying to get the DB node player finished, you give up your face, you give up your force, and you're in the reload animation. A round that was M80X's to control still with time. JJ and Co. strip it from under them and they get their second.
I think that round specifically, you really saw the definition of console brain. Even in the beginning, they had a 5v3 lead. Overswinging, not being able to fully rotate out of their position, especially inside the player playing inside of Canadian over in offices, losing his life, a player overswinging, giving that isolated one to JJ and Co, losing his. Putting it into a 3v3, then going to that 2v2, that last player, Warden, overswinging, just trying to go to the confirmation on the player with bomb inside of Archives, overswings and allows for Deimos to shut him down and win the round. It's a situation where those are those small problems, those mistakes that console players make, and even with all the success, that history is still there for M80X.
JJ and Co bring out double shield once again. Deimos is on board. I'm assuming they want to go for something fairly quick here to get the Adrenal Surge in. The Selma likely will be for the wall connecting towards bathroom. This window is where pretty much everything has to coagulate for JJ and Co.'s offense. Break up here to the top of Eastern Stairs. JJ's life is very dangerous here. They keep the barricades that have been banned throughout the night now being allowed up, and we're seeing Franklin utilize them to essentially refortify the top of this Eastern stairwell. Stoppin trading for one. That's why Epic is there behind the shield, though. Gets two. Wrapping through the upper sides of the second floor. Rice wants to try to find a frag on their own, but this is a very dangerous angle to try to play into. You don't know where JJ and Co.'s presence is. They've surged to get health back up for Epic. And Franklin wants to test over here. Can they get 4-1? And there it is. Epic doesn't need the Adrenal Surge no more. They need a defibrillator. Down they go. Snake is down to a single piece of HP. And Recited is hunting this Legion. Melee priority be damned. Needs a check-in for this Legion once again of Vic. And they're out. They just booked it. And they still get killed by the pistol in the back.
Now, JJ and Co. just restructuring their attack, making sure that they've completely pushed this top floor. JJ and Recited clearing out construction, allowing for Franklin and Rice to also retake map control of their own. Take a breath, and Rice going for a long flank, and it just might work!
Positionally, M80X are just structuring well despite the lack of player count. And what in the world was that from Snake? Rice gets caught out. Snake is spinning in midair. I'm watching an old school COD 2012 highlight reel. The montage has to end eventually, and the music stops for the side of M80X. The round has been won, and JJ and Co. have just said offense. Well, it was a problem for us on labs, but we're proving border can be an entirely different beast. 3 rounds to JJ and Co. now. And M80X, I don't know, they had a lot there. I just felt like the fight on Eastern Stairs that just turned into a nothing burger thanks to Recited has to be studied.
On top of that, a misplay.
For Epic, apologies.
a misplay from Rice. It could have had a phenomenal flank. Even Franklin shutting down the blitz. But again, it is really just how Border as a whole is made. But I also want to preface that even with a 2-round lead, we saw in the last map, with the exact same lead, a 4-2 half for M80X, and they still went on to lose it. Merc in particular has to be very careful when he calls his timeout. If they go on to lose this round, you can't let it go another. You have to call the timeout. You cannot let these small failures from 80X, but just the lapse of judgments in small places throughout the round build up into just enough for JJ and Co to find a win out of it.
The Merc timeout on Chalet, something we had kind of touched on after it happened. We didn't see a great implementation of what Merc said in the timeout of trying to play slower, force them to play into their game, right? In fact, the very next round was a straight rush by JJ and Co, and they just slaughtered everyone from M80X to the seams. And then Basement, where we did see the employment of what Merc was trying to cook up the entire time. The same clash on Basement, keep the same strategy. We know that. We can just play into it, slow things down, don't let JJ and Co play. And again, JJ and Co just tore apart M80X. I am so just desperate to see what Merc has to say to this M80X roster if JJ and Co take this fourth. Like you said, it has to be a timeout. But what can be done? The last two can almost be chalked up to individual mistakes. How does Merc try to elevate the team to that level? Down below is Emilio. Deimos just trying to catch if anyone's going to peek out through break. Maybe. New balcony, that little wall. That short wall could be an option. Reaching round will clear out the castle barricade here through Central Hall, and Emilio will clear out Rice. The spot was made, and Rice is now no longer within break room.
Stomping with little to no info. That swing would be very ill-advised. Now also being tracked. But more than likely will push him back. Surely will not want to play this aggro. McFan's also running outside from Archives, or Armory rather, to regain that position inside of CCTV. Take back that control. Give another problem for JJ and Co to deal with, because they still don't have control inside of break, nor CC. Emilio also almost losing his life from the flank, but it's JJ to shut down Vic Vans inside of CC.
Two-player advantage now. And M80X just don't have an answer for it yet. Stompin's got the Evo. Firing out at the competition, but no impact for either player or any player for JJ and Co. Deimos of Emilio is still ripping around through the map, has one more charge after this one. That's currently going off to the Legion of Aiden. Candelas are being cleared, but they're making sure that Armory will be a very difficult spot to lie within if you're M80X. One more Candela in the pockets. But there's your SMG-11 for Franklin. Emilio off the board. Last use of the Deimos doesn't matter. The Night Show doesn't get over. And now you're flashed. Two players within Archives. They are stacked, and Aiden's been spotted on Eastern Stairs. It's just a matter of cinching upon them, and they do so well. A 4-on-1 quickly becomes a 4-on-0 as JJ and Co do what we expected. Tear apart M80X on the offense, and this has to be the timeout by Merc.
I mean, that was a round contrast to others. The two previous rounds, we saw that they had control. Waiting for the throw if we're going to have a listen in. I haven't had Zay dropped in yet, just yet. I'll throw it up for a couple seconds to see if we have one. Doesn't seem like it. Okay.
I quit.
We quit. It's all right. We got 2 out of 3 for a T3 best of 5. I think that's pretty good. You know, we can't always.
What's more disappointing? Oh, maybe we do. Right?
Oh.
There we go. Let's send it out. Let's see what Merc has to say.
If they start hitting site, everyone power the guy planning. For vent, go vent. We haven't gone vent yet. Bring the cap can for sight. Someone double up with Vic and sight, and then 3 up top. But yo, stop running away from these guys. That's all they're doing. They're pressuring you with Montaigne and Deimos to make you move. Like, let's start powering them together. Don't run away from these guys, bro. Play more aggressive. Let's go.
Valid. It was honestly genuinely valid. That's a big part of why JJ and Co were good on labs, even though it didn't go their way inevitably. It's because when they were moving, it wasn't because they were forced to move. It's because they moved on their own terms. JJ and Co, they're forcing M80X to move. Not once does it feel like M80X are moving on this map because they want to claim that space, because they're trying to fight that space. That territory is being claimed by JJ and Co. They are in their face. And unlike old Siege, this feels like a new realm of Siege with the shield meta, where it is a face-on-face, you're having to do it with guns up, with utility, and it's just kind of this engagement battle of utility consumption simulator. They can do this at face value with the shield in front of them, and you feel like you have to move because they're making you. JJ and Co winning out with that entirely. Great read by Merc, but how do M80X employ that when the dangers do not disappear just because you're sitting static?
M80X not being able to win one defense. Obviously, you know, we don't even have to tell you the timeout is a clear sign that that last round was a warning symbol to M80X needing to just stand their ground. Make sure that if they want to play as an obstacle, a cone in front of JJ and Co, that they stand their ground. They don't give that respect. They force JJ and Co to deal with them rather than putting all that effort just to give that map control up. And that's exactly what they more than likely will be doing. Also, putting Stompin back onto the Vigil, a lot of individual capability on that roam also there. Just potentially even finding one would be huge. A run out from Stompin will be able to save his life, but we'll get nothing else aside from that.
Next stage of play for M80X. They don't get the first blood they wanted. They have to sit a little bit farther forward. The castle is a good way to try to claim space and hold on to it, but the UMP is not the best weapon to fight at that distance. Stomping goes for another round. This one onto that vent window up on outside and secures Epic. That's a hard breach, but here's where that Deimos comes in. Merc was highlighting the Deimos forces you to move. The Monty forces you to move. There's no Monty in this round, but the Deimos still rears out. And there's another target now at the end of its tracker, Vic Bands. Their castle, who is fairly far away from side in comparison. The extension is very much so clear. Refrag would be a little bit hard to do if you're the side of M80X. If that player does get dusted out by anyone on the side of JJ and Co, but JJ and Co are just hanging into the final 90 seconds and trying to use those drones, which they have live ping. This is beautiful intel to spot there is a player in that back army corner, as you would expect, though. And now it just goes out the window. Shotgun for Stompin and the 9v19 for Aiden.
Yeah, M80X just standing their ground, even with a valiant attempt from JJ and Co. Snake spinning this round on its head. A 4v2 now has been taken into a 2v2. A minute left on the board. Case is not in their control, but this vertical is. Additional time to drone if they so choose.
Diffuser's out. Where do you go from here? JJ has to transition on in. Sprints across, lots of noise to be made. Fall back down in the floor below. You have the pocket shotty to work with if you are JJ. No players off into that corner. Drones are a matter of thought at this point. There are no more remaining, nor are there any active to use. They're still remaining. So intel is just a drought. The best idea you could have is one thought up in the moment, but that's where JJ and Co say they thrive. Deciding things in that moment. Player close tuck corner in hall. Let's get a shot out. Doesn't gonna matter though if you're Snake. That's Vic Bands with a frag. 10 seconds left. JJ's in sight. Needs to try to find some more. Player up on the second floor. Diffuser is in hand, but you can't get to the tertiary site. You're trying to go for a kill. Won't matter. Stompin says, I want my one before this round is done. I will get it because I hear you sprinting up those stairs. M80X, the timeout has seemingly helped them.
A phenomenal example of how to react and use what your coach taught you in that timeout. JJ and Co. taking one of their own.
We are running out of time to do so, so it does make sense. Let's hear what JJ's got to say.
Nomad, it'll literally be extremely cautious early rounds. It's gonna be people fucking running outside, trying to spawn peek you, whatever. And then Zach, if it doesn't work, don't force it, yeah? Just stay with your teammates. You're gonna have impact no matter what. Literally, you can plant the bomb, it's gonna be an impact. You can trade a teammate, it's gonna be an impact. It doesn't need to be everything on your shoulders, yeah? Just you being alive is already an impact in the round. Just if the play's not there, just don't force it, yeah?
Yep.
It's locking. Let's bring this map to OT, heard?
Just bring it back, yeah, guys. Just relax, look for their mistake and play off of that.
Wise words for JJ and Co. Play your own game. Wisen up. Impact doesn't have to be in the kill department, Goose. You can do so with, placing down the diffuser, using utility alongside your team, helping out. I think that timeout honestly was more of a mental for JJ and Co. Right? To rear the players in. You could see him talking to him. He was please, respond to me. Say okay. Say yes. Let's focus up. Wasn't a guidance on necessarily everything. It was just, hey, play with team. That's standard. Just remind. Everything else, let's focus up, let's lock in, we can do this.
And I think it is a perfect glimpse into the mental of not only Recital, but the entire team. All of these players try to do huge hero plays, take a round out of nowhere, and to be fair, Snake did that in that exact round. That's what he did. He found 2 kills because he went aggressive. but it's an opportunity that he found, nothing that he forced. And I think a lot of these engagements where you can say that JJ and Co are playing way too aggressive, overextending in their positions, especially in the early round, is a simple fact that can be tracked back that these JJ and Co players sometimes are just trying a little too hard. You can allow for your teammates, your attacking utility to do some of the work for you. You don't always have to slam your head against a wall. You don't always have to do the hard work when it's not needed. And I think that timeout will be a phenomenal change of pace for JJ and Co going into potentially our last round or two.
If the job can get done by you having a firm handshake for victory, take it. Don't beat your head against a brick wall to find the win. There are easier avenues. Out of the thousands of ways you could possibly conceive to take into the site, there's got to be one. Got to be quite a few, but one that is the easiest of them all. It's just a matter of finding that. And JJ and Co have plenty of strats in their book. They have plenty of experience. They've been around a while. They've changed up the roster. They found values that work for them. They found expositions that fit. They've got to do so for these next 2 rounds, but it all arises here in round 11. JJ and Co priming up, minute in. They've gotten the shield in play. M80X can now officially remark there is in fact a Monty. No Deimos though. That was what was getting M80X in a bit of a fickle spot. The Deimos and the Monty that were in play. I would not, if I was JJ, shoot that cam if I was you. I would have waited for a player to come in alongside it. That is diabolical. I've seen JJ die on shield 5 too many times off of stupid shit like that. I don't want to see that from JJ and Co. But there it is, epic. Pistol out. This is the player you'd want to see do so. And they're stomping off the board. JJ and Co go up.
A phenomenal kill that will push back this defense. Even through all of that, Rice is going to be able to find one, but JJ with both a Monty and Blitz. It looks like that Rice might be alone, but he's not. A trick play, Aiden, outside of the map. Technically not. Relying now on Ash to make the rotate over. A nade coming out from Epic. They need to do something, and a jump out from Aiden to save his life.
Oh, there's the connection dealt with. JJ worried about the flank on from Eastern Stairs. You have 2 players there. Snake's gonna move first though. Laying down a breaching charge, drop down for JJ, and just doesn't have the shield up in time. Aiden watching off towards that security side. Securing once more, no shield. Epic and Snake. 2 versus 3, drop down made, and the diffuser in no man's land, and Epic sent to the afterlife. Can Snake clutch up a 3v1 to keep JJ and Co on the side of border? Will they clock themselves through? Cash their checks because we're heading to banks here, folks. M80X will take this map of border.
I don't usually like to call out a singular player, but JJ jumping down balcony with Monty
so much time still.
And no drones. There was no ping. There was no info on that player. He wasn't making an advised attack. He was simply just going for a huge play, something that their coach told them not to do, and it looked like they weren't doing that in the first half. Playing as a team, using their economy, their drones, and their attacking utility to clear the map, and at the final hurdle, they throw it all out the window.
There's so many problems to call out for a lot of the players on JJ and Co. There was problems with shield placement. There was problems with not having somebody alongside them. I've said JJ tends to be, or JJ and Co in general, with their shield play tends to be somehow a thriving team on solo shields and not having the gun with it. I called it a Ford Explorer, right? Just drive into a site and get intel. That's fine. I don't hate that for JJ and Co. But if you are going to have it be a tank, you are going to have a gun nearby, let the gun ring, let it sing. It just isn't there. And M80X, it's honestly a better job for them than it is a bad job for the side here of JJ and Co. But you got to read into that if you're JJ and Co. Fix that. Desk, Connor, please break this down even better than we ever could. What's happened?
You're gonna talk. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as M80 have taken another map choice away, as neither team seems to really know how to win their own map choice, and M80 Academy have also taken the lead in the series. Mason, you gotta think that maybe, just maybe, M80 finally being able to convert one of their early game leads is a really good omen.
It's huge for M80, and everyone had the question, can they win a defense? Can they win some of their defenses? They were great on the attacking half of this map. They started off fiery, and they got the job done. The other side of things, JJ and Co, you have to mention Recited. he fell off. That burnout period happened. He was huge for the team through the first 2 maps, but after that, Resited just was not all there, and you could see that JJ and Co really, really struggled without his presence.
Yeah, you would hope that maybe somebody else on JJ & Co. could step up. But meanwhile, Yali on the other side, it's been utter consistency on the side of M80 Academy. You've had Aiden as well as Stompin and just the whole crew firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a falter there. Maybe, I mean, they've been playing all day at this point. Maybe making a little bit slightly aggressive swings, but nonetheless, they called the timeout, got it locked in, and just shut it down. JJ wasn't really able to find any entrances, any way into these strong positions. In that last round, that top east play, they still had 3 players up at top east, down into a 3v3, and they were able to completely just lock down any sort of a press into office. And the moment they knew where they were, they all just got out and went to play smarter positions. I mean, M80X, yeah, they're super solid. And not just in terms of what are they doing in terms of their kills, right? They're doing really well. They're still getting their trades, but they're also just playing so solid in terms of their positioning. They understand the map at a fundamental level, and it shows.
And that was on JJ & Co.'s map choice. As Mason, now we're going to be transitioning on to Bank. That's a map that I think M80 should feel a lot more comfortable on because they picked it.
Yeah, opponent map pick, map win. Opponent map pick, map win. Same thing for the third map, over and over and over again, seeing this trend. It's anyone's game. I did predict 3-1 for M80X, so I would expect them to pull it out for me, of course, because the script is written that they would win 3-1. But ultimately, I think that the biggest thing is they need to focus up on some of the mistakes that they still have. Team kills are a big factor for M80X. They continue to have those issues, continue to team kill. We've seen probably, 4 or 5 in just the last 2 days alone. So you can tell that positioning and communication between the players of what they want to do exactly, what the situations they're giving up, they're still working on. However, they're still even working through those issues and able to get the job done. But on Bank, it's a big map. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot of map to clear, and you can't really get away with some of those mistakes like you could on Border.
With that, Bank is such a big map that we're going to give the players an opportunity to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in about 5, maybe 6-ish minutes with the conclusion of the series. We'll be right back.
to secure the 2 needed to find victory. Second map of Chalet, we thought M80X would be an assured victor, but JJ and Co. quite literally bent them over their knee and slapped them silly, completely opposite of what was expected. But then JJ and Co. could not bring around overtime, could not bring around the clutch on border, the one they were so good against, the side of Cruelty. Bank, how will this one differ?
Bank historically has been not only a fantastic, but the map for M80X. I remember all the way back in the TPL winter event in December. Out of 4 best of 1s, 3 of them were on Bank. This is a map, even if they have fallen against teams before and been tested quite a bit, it is a map that they still find success time and time after again. And after the last map that we just saw, the slaughter on border, whether or not they win it, I fear that Bank will be no matter of a difference.
Ban phase has been pretty much a guarantee. We see Blackbeard get knocked off the board.
Yeah.
JJ and Co. They just love Blackbeard, but they actually opt to remove Blackbeard in this. Though, to be fair, M80X are also still quite talented with that Blackbeard. But what I've always seen, and I've always felt like JJ and Co. are super reliant on that pick, them banning it still kind of shocks me. Sitz is taken off. For Bank, that's not the most surprising thing. It's a strong choice by all accounts, but not always a must pick for a lot of teams. Defensively, you don't want to deal with a Kaid, the Electro Claws for hatches down in basement, for the walls connecting inside. You want to make sure they have to have utility darn close so that it's a whole lot easier to clear out when you start to take direct approaches. Maybe in a zombie, maybe a Valkyrie. It's a very large map. The desks talked about that for quite a bit there, Goose. It's tall. It's kind of wide, but it makes up for maybe a less width than something like Chalet, who's very wide, by just how deep the map feels when you're having to traverse it from within.
Hold on, you said tall, and are we talking about Bank or Klimps's for it? I'm
That's
kind of
a good call,
here.
actually. Sorry, it's kind of for laying to his hairline, kind of just talking about the map. Really, it could be a multifaceted topic.
All right, I agree. I think M80X in this position, this is a map where timing is pinnacle. A problem that we saw punished tenfold on Chalet, forcing them, in my opinion, to lose that map is just their timing on the defense. Now, more importantly, not only reading into the pace of JJ and Co on their attack, but falling off of the roam, the extension away from the bomb site at the perfect time. Getting that down to a T is going to be absolutely pinnacle. Not allowing for JJ and Co to get those free isolated kills on the cutoff when that shouldn't be done is going to be a major factor. And JJ and Co, this roam clear will be something they have to worry about.
And what do you try to employ to be the #1 facilitator of that clear? Well, every attacker has an option, and for most attackers, it's drones. It's the single most powerful piece of utility on your team, and every single attacker has 2 of them. So why not use them very well? But in the process of doing so, you can sacrifice some of that knowledge that needs to be gained in the final few moments. How many times, Goose, do you think we had on border where we're watching the gameplay? JJ and Co are closing up, cinching into sight, and you look up in the top right, and they have literally 0 drones left in a 2v2 scenario with no clue where the final 2 players at M80X are. Who we need to count?
I mean, and that is the playstyle of M80X. Their entire philosophy of the defense is to take away as much info from the attack as possible, putting them with a blindfold going into that execution phase, and then potentially getting a pick or 2 on the cutoff. There have been a couple of rounds where M80X on the defense will stand their ground on these extensions. A lot of these rounds falling down to a lot of the players dying away from the bomb site. Bank, on the other hand, more than likely will not fare the same fate. It's going to be up to M80X with such a pinnacle hold already leaving off the board. A little bit of that phantom pressure is in the back of the mind of Recited. But again, 1 minute and 30 left on the board. Just enough time to work these hatches. Stop this flank, clear this player at top blue. It's simply going to come down yet again to the execution, that last minute to 30 seconds of the round.
JJ and Co ensured nobody was left over towards open. There was nobody in square, so they start to claim control over there. They know somebody's at top of blue, but the question's going to be how deep, how close, and what can we possibly do to challenge this, or what can we do to ignore it? They are live pinging that. They're going to get a drone there. It will be a Toxic Babe that is tossed, or actually that was detonated. It was pre-tossed, and they'll throw another one there quickly afterwards. This one will be pre-detonated just the same, and you're in the stall time now for M80X's defense here with Aiden. This last Toxic Babe, they'll toss deep to make sure that anyone that is holding close there may actually get a tidbit of damage dealt their way, and I would assume that's Recited, who, prior to this point, was the best player in the series in map 1. 7-0, I think he was down for their entry frags. That's out the window, and speaking out the window, an entry frag! They had none on map 2. And they step up and finally in map 4 to get their first, and they've now tied their kill tally all ready for the map of Border. And that could have plenty of jokes behind it, but you're as good as Recited. I can't really dog too much against that as JJ is stuck. The nades to try to flush away Franklin. It's all just trying to buy time. That was Aiden's job as well, but Stompin's got an angle. You've left this wall soft with a purpose. And M80X are just denying so much. Diffuser's too deep. Stompin's now taking down Epic because they tried to play through Garage. They won it through Bank instead. You've now essentially determined that it is impossible with this M80X strategy to take through blue and get the diffuser down on that side. You're gonna have to start thinking about stairs. You're gonna start thinking about Garage and even through that Bank vault drop.
Just in the month of December, again, going back to that TPL winter event, the very first game I casted of M80X was on this exact same map. In the very first round, defending that exact same bomb site, one of their major problems was the lack of time denial. Overstaying their welcome on that middle floor and open area, losing a pick, and then with a minute left on the board, their opponents already in default plant inside of A, getting the bomb down. Now, span 2 months later, you have a clash inside a CCTV. A smoke at top of blue stairs. In my opinion, I would have preferred a warden, especially the current meta we find ourselves in and the flashbangs being thrown on him, but nonetheless, a perfect angle being set up, Clash just putting that lob up in the air, and then Stompin slamming it down for the dunk. It is a pinnacle example of how far this M80X roster has came and how fearless they are against opponents like JJ and Co.
Fearless or not, the results of round 1 scream for themselves. You'd say speak, but the result like that, it's more likely it's just in the face of everybody. As you'll see JJ and Co start to prep up for the round 2 push. Recited is going to be on the glass this time. Vix playing into the Blitz, and Blitz was a very popular choice on Chalet for Epic, if I remember correctly. That's where they started to actually play well in the second half. The Monty maybe is what I'm thinking of. The Shield was just in play for the player of Epic when they had a poor performance in the first half and turned it back around to the second. They tried to give Recited that role over on Border, and despite that, they only got a single kill, and it was arguably the worst death in the entire match because they just decided not to fight a melee fight with the Blitz when they had melee priority. Just, it was a bad decision. Everyone was dogging on it at some point, but M80X, they get away with that map, so it's not a problem. You just got to shut down Recited. That seemingly is a win condition against JJ and Co.
And there is no consistent player propping up. Snake having a little bit of success on the last map of Border, finding himself in double digits, but just was not enough. You need a more consistent game plan. This opening into the bomb site, Blitz finding his way, that's exactly what they need!
Shots connect. Repel's good though still. Snake has the control. Diffuser is down and the time constraints are now forced into the lap of M80X. JJ prone up in square. Close corner.
Attackers need to protect the diffuser.
There is absolutely nobody in the side of M80X who has the chance to pressure this. Arguably, JJ and Co have punched their ticket through. Castle tries to barricade. Vic is just going for a gamble, and they will pay that price. Sticking. No way does Rice just allow this. The Kiva barricade! The Kiva barricade to slow the player inside of square from making their way forward, and a watchdog keeping an eye on the window. Where's the JJ and Co that was on labs that held a diffuse plant on first floor? They're non-existent now heading into map 4 on Bank.
That is a round where I just really look at JJ Co's attack and just say, you could have done more. Tried to clear stock using that floor as one of those drones being shot. Didn't try anything else. Didn't have Zofia. Didn't have any nades to clear those zombie barricades. Never cleared out stock. Throughout the entire round, the player was just always outside of that stock double window, never moved. They opened that cross going into, or the softball head holes rather, going into the bomb site, got that plant down. With the Mira still going up, Mira was able to get a kill, but overextended in his position, losing his life to the 3-man crossfire being set up. JJ getting a plant off last second, but then a poor post-plant execution, allowing for that Akiba barrier to charge to 2, throw them up, get rid of JJ. The player in stock, he's on an island, he has no idea where he is, and Steak is apparently just on his phone, flipping through Twitter, and that is the round done. And JJ and co, they are looking dire.
This is not the time to check if your town hall has been finished upgrading. All right, we got to focus up. We got to lock in. The round is under play. As JJ has a bit of info. There's your clash. She who rears her head. Off towards kitchen, hiding behind that stack. Drones up on the second floor. Epic's gotten a lot of intel. You now know for a fact that stomping is in fact up on the second floor, closer to stock. Maybe Emilio could go for something here. They want to try to get in there. That's what your ram drone is for at this point. You want to drop the Burgie drone in there. Trying to go direct to the objective would be essentially a misnomer. They go tossed through the first window. Stopping to take in the drop down through hatch, it seems, in through there. They will, in fact, find success, including the floorboards from above. And Stompin didn't drop. Stompin just rotated off to the top of stairs, clears out the drone that got put inside of elevator, and M80X still have top-down control for the most part. Really no pressure either.
I mean, yeah, there is no direct pressure. Rice, Stompin, just walking around this map carefree. A lot of mistakes, a lot of overexposed positions, and then Rice just finds JJ's head. That's diffuser down. That's first pick also down. Snake does take this position after losing that pick, but now you have Stompin overexposed, not aware that stock wall was completely open from the ran. Recited is able to find one of his own to answer back, and through all that noise, it settles down to a 4v4.
There's only 80 seconds left in this round. JJ and co. A lot of the times we'll see it be a plentiful player count coming into the final 40 seconds. That was something that happened on Labs often. Once we started to see M80X get full control over these positions, and the first 4 rounds specifically was where you saw it be a bigger problem. Round 1 maybe less so, but 2 through 5 would be more likely the route. Avenues aside. AJ and Co have to be careful with the flank coming in from Rice. Front desk, gearing in through break. Timing is just not right! And they could have had a second in the process, but you'll take Snake. You'll drop the sledge. They have no hammer to break the floorboards from above, and there's no more boogie drones in Emilio's back pockets. Can Recited just swing this heavy with a Candela? Rice has to be dealt with, and Epic will take the engagement front on, but damage has been dealt and the value's been found for Rice on time. Diffuser must be collected. Rotation will be made, and not by Epic. It seems to be, I would say, Emilio at this point. No, it'll be Recited instead to go ahead and collect. They know what player's in this direction, but Recited, it's outside? It wasn't inside of there? I thought it was closer. What the hell's going on here, JJ? Observer's just giving me a reality check. I didn't think they'd be that ludicrous.
I wanted to yell it out, and to be fair, who would have thought? Got a JJ timeout.
Early.
Let's listen and hear what their headspace is hearing.
Extremely fucking slow, and you're afraid to do anything against these. For the basement, if you like not sure what the wrong click, just literally just fucking rush the lobby, drop the hatch. They literally put in all their shit towards fucking blue. Just drop the fucking elevator lobby with Bliss and just like right there, just get at their asses. And like just with the, any other side, just focus on drones more. Yeah, you just call in the push without even seeing what they're doing. Like, just figure out what the ops, like, what they're holding, like, the positioning, and off of that, try to, like, you know, call the push on the weaker side. At the moment, we just, like, calling the push for the sake of calling push. Just focus more on droning. Like, they're not doing anything special. They're just, like, rocking clash, and they're just, like, doing default setups. And just, like, flanking you when you're, like, not doing anything. Just locking, guys.
Heard.
Valid, Gears. Didn't hear anything too crazy in the breakdown. I mean, they're not wrong. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary in terms of setups. The clash is obviously a wrench in things. That was the biggest problem on basement, I would say. Aiden was just a time sink. Time sink was helpful, but the clash was really where the problem arises, allowing Stompin to just hold through that soft wall across both sides. The last 2 rounds have been a flank. That's their problem. Where's your Nomad? Where's your flank watch? Should be somebody on cam. Did you have somebody dead at that point? Snake was dead already. Where's the cam watch for a drone that's placed to keep that central spiral staircase from being a easy route for the M80X defender to prowl their way through?
In that timeout, their coach said something that I wrote down of importance. All the pressure and focus on blue. Let's take a blitz and drop elevator hatch, take them from behind and take them off guard. JJ now on the blitz. No longer will we be that Monty. JJ also taking that diffuser, and whether or not they listen to their coach's advice word for word, or they try to write something else, you can see that this overall JJ attack is very multi-directional focus. They're not just trying to get that push into the default plant through servers. They're trying to attack at different points around the entirety of the map.
Mentioned at the end of round one, if blue's obviously not going to work, you need to start to employ different strategies. Said hatch into bank, either garage control. No matter what the option is, something has to be there. There's the hot drop. JJ recited Emilio. They go in quick. They're all the way through vault. Player inside of there. If they're flash, they're done. No, Rice does get a quick toss out. It's the problem though with Vic Bands. The impact nade recited. Now you've just got JJ trapped back here. Lit shield blinds one, but you got covering fire. What a perfect read from M80X and Vic. Stompin' takes a huge lick of damage, but what does it matter? You're positive now by 2, and Epic and Snake are trapped upstairs. Diffuser out of control, and Snake was trying to whittle their way through blue, and y'all knew blue was never going to happen. That's why you went elsewhere this time. 4-0 it seems to be for M80X, bar a miracle from Epic, who starts off with 1, needing 3 more on top.
Attackers have recovered their
Little to no opportunities here. Stompin' also shutting him down. Obviously, I spoke about how that round was going to be different from JJ and Co. Didn't follow their coach's words exactly word for word. Instead of going down elevator hatch, just said, you know what, screw it. We're not even going to try to apply any additional pressure. We're not going to clear open area. We're just going to drop down into gold. And that's exactly what they did. But you saw that Mira, Rice, holding a C4, more than ready. As I heard their coach say that, I knew in my heart, I knew in my mind that M80 was going to be able to predict it from a mile away. M80 understood that JJ Co was not going to chow that blue, especially the way that it happened. A complete failure in that opening round for Bank, and they understood whether or not it was going to be from Cash, Vent, going from Garage, there was going to be a different push. M80 perfectly expecting that drop inside of gold, shutting it down, and JJ & Co. on the ropes, and it really does look like that every round they're running out of breath.
5 seconds left.
How many problems could conceivably arise for JJ & Co.'s offense? There's only so many. You'd think, at the very least, Vikings. You'd pray at this point if you're JJ & Co. at your wits' end and now looking down the barrel of your match in series point on the horizon against you. There's only so many mistakes that can be made before you start to realize this is where it has to be made. Out the run. Can they get 2? They went for the repel player instead of the one down below. And because of that, I believe they see a problem now where, yeah, damage to Emilio, but only got the Candelas out. Aiden's still laughing about it at this point. AJ and Kel. Candelas were kind of a big part. And it's JJ is really who you're looking at, though, to get them down. I think that's the bigger factor for the laughter, as Vic is also watching this repel and can deal with, no, not Snake. They actually happen to get down in time. The UMP just doesn't deal enough damage at that distance.
Now that Vic Bands is running away, whether or not that drone was active, there is always going to be phantom pressure, a worry from JJ and Co. about this position. You can see just how much JJ and Co. want to clear this stock position. Stompin' is able to run out of there completely scot-free. They are able to get that wall open, push Stompin' out of his position. So, you won. But without that Ying, without your IGL on the board, you lose a lot of that oomph and firepower behind these pushes.
Decided has cam up. Second use of the smoke canister now to close off that hallway towards Elbow. Emilio was able to take down Vic, who's had a stellar performance on this map. Hey, Stompin' just running up the stairwell. If they get a frag here...
No!
This is truly just JJ and Co tossing away positions. Recited gets there one. Franklin extends into that space, and DB knows before finishing them off in the process. Franklin now has Emilio in a contested 1v1, but Franklin has a good spot to stand. Bides their time. Diffuser is closer to them, and they know where it is. Gonna make some more options for rotating. A bit of a quicker entry for. They're trying to play an audio cue. There's the toss to the corner from Emilio. The B's out. They'll peek the other direction. Live ping there, and there's Emilio netting the first round for JJ and Co. We've seen too many 1vx clutches that fell through for JJ and Co. There was three even, that were down to single player 1v1s for JJ Co. on labs alone. We finally see one come forward to give them their first round win on Bank.
A very frustrating round. And, I guess you could, sit in the seat of optimism and say, no matter how it's won, a round is still a round one. But going back to that timeout, their coach said word for word, they just flank and run at you from behind when you're not doing anything. Having that controlled top square, having additional couple of repels outside of the bomb site, guess what happens? Stompin' full sprints up square stairs. Additionally, tries to jump out of square window to try and shut down the player. More than likely, Claymore being there after Aiden already jumped out. Not only should he have been killed there, but then goes for the swing around. The fact that he was able to get one, it really shows that JJ and Co, whether they're not locked because of this onslaught from M80X, or they just don't have an answer for this defense, that they are still, even with that round one, in the struggle bus.
I feel like they're forgetful right now. They're like back in the school days. Here, Goose. You go to bed. You're ready for school tomorrow. You're going to hang out with your friends. And then it's 2 a.m. and you open your eyes and go, I forgot that one piece of homework. Now you've got to get up, panic, try to get it done, go back to sleep. It's a project. You got to wake your mom. You got to get a poster board. Stores aren't open. It's 2 a.m., right? This is what JJ and Co feel like on all these pushes forward. They're forgetting one major thing, sometimes two major things, sometimes three small things, right? But it's enough that forgetfulness feels like it's costing them very big moments. It's not an eggs in the basket, all your eggs in one basket kind of style, which was a problem previously for both sides, it felt like, throughout the prior maps. But in this one, it's more just JJ and Co forgetting small things, and they add up to a big thing. And right now, they're about to add up to the biggest thing, a map win and a series win for M80X to take the grand finals of Crucible.
It really is that snowball effect you can see in this round specifically. M80X is just being taken off guard. Snake with the repel catching him off. Stompin' also being downed. Not completely out just yet. But a swing from Aiden upstairs. He's able to find the buffer.
He's gotten two. Snuck their way through as the Nook, but it won't matter. Aiden with a T5 SMG out-duels Epic on that Nook, on that clear. The team around Aiden has been usurped. Control over this map has been driven through for JJ and Co. They just gotta watch that hatch. It's an easy as duck hunt. Where's the dog to fetch the corpse? There's no need. M80X will have to play into the next half on attack with the lead still. But JJ and Co did this prior. They made a major comeback on labs. They got to match point first, and then M80 had to turn it back around. Will Bank be any different as JJ and Co move to defense?
I mean, for a 4-0 or 0-4 start, rather, JJ and Co getting those 2 rounds, getting that buffer.
Just like labs.
I mean, it is a situation where they honestly got the best side of the coin. They got the best opportunity that was given to them, rather what was given to them by themselves. And now going into this defensive half, I think it's now a situation where you can really say, let's see how far this JJ and Co team can go. Defense on Bank, don't get me wrong, even if it historically has been a defender-sided map, it is still a pain. Can't say that word because I want to have a career in the side of JJ and Co.
Yali, welcome to the booth. Break it down for us. What did you see earlier on?
All right, so very simply put, if you go ahead and have a quick look at this, obviously we're going to have a bit of an opening made right here in this CEO wall, and that's going to allow for a plant. We're going to get a smoke put down right there. We're going to get Blitz run through here, and if we go ahead and play that, It won't play, guys. But in any case, what's going to happen is they're going to run through there. They're going to get Aiden out of position, make sure that he's not there so they can put the plant down there. And then they've got Snake, obviously, on the windows over here to watch this cross. Plant goes down. But then what happens? Azami comes through, puts an Azami barricade right here, and nobody watches, right? Now, JJ's team, obviously, they are doing way better historically on Bank on their attacks and defenses, so going 4-2 isn't good. And this is just another example of how M80X is able to recover rounds that they absolutely should not be able to recover.
Thank you very much. I could not have said it better myself because I would have been lost with the fact it was round 3 apparently all over again. The Kiba barricades I felt like were such a pivotal part to that round, just the icing on the proverbial cake, so to say, for what really pieced together the defuse to go through, and why I'm kind of shocked to see that the Kiba barricades got let through the ban phase. Yes, Kaid is good, and Valkyrie is important as well, but a lot like what Harrison says, what Crow says all the time, for a long time in Siege, and it still feels that way for a while, Goose. There's 5 must-ban operators on defense, and you can only ban 1 for your team when there's only 2 bans total for that side. So what do? You have to pick the ones that are arguably either the worst for you or the worst for that map. And these teams made their decisions, and that means that JJ and Co had to lie in the lap of either having information for free with the Valkyrie or the Kiba barricades, and they paid the price of the Kiba barricades.
5 seconds left.
Bank as a whole is a very difficult map to traverse, and in response, M80X will be bringing out Franklin on the Monty. Will not be using him as aggressive, that at least I predict in my mind, more using him as just a spearhead, somebody to poke their head out in positions, clear space, gather a little bit more of info, especially with the very first switch starting on this open area bomb site. A turn of events, not exactly a bomb site that a lot of defensive teams start on. M80X already been given an opportunity to just change what they have. Snake also has an opportunity to get an opening pick.
Sight not unseen. JJ and Co. Whiting. You have the audio for this here, Snake. Did they get the spot? They do. Easy picking for Rice, but can you get the cuts? Being rushed now by the Monty. The Oryx dash! Rinse through the HP pool of Franklin and use it now to escape from space as well. Mobility at its finest. Gorgeous from Snake, slithering away back to safety on the first floor. And you've not just got 1 here, Goose. You've got 2, and M80X have to answer for it.
And they have to do it quick. No immediate player in the vicinity of this top floor. No opportunities to get an opening pick. Big Bands, he just walks through a Capcan trap and beats Capcam himself. And what was a 3v5 is now a 2v5. Little to no opportunities. Aiden and Stompin, who've done big throughout this entire series, will yet again have to go big in this round here.
Wall just separating inside of Kitchen, holding to the close side. It's just a player spotted out of play from Stompin and Amelia. You'd assume Stompin has the reflexes to play that. They're clinical. Okay. It may not matter. Aiden picks up 2. Resida and JJ peek the same angle, but if there's 2, there's likely a third not too far behind. And the Oryx was already a giant pain in the rear prior. Why not add into it even further? That square push. Right idea. Execution was not poor, but you just got countered and read into much better. Forgetfulness, it's an Oryx. That's your Monty's job to realize in that moment that it's a T5 SMG. It's either a Legion or it's an Oryx. How do you envision this? The Monty should go, please. The moment you see that it's a giant man rearing around that corner inside stock, you should be begging for your tank, the gun on your tank, instead of a forward explorer to help you out of that moment, which M80X, prior to exactly right then, Goose, I felt like they were the team playing the shield much better overall with the gunner. That was just non-existent there.
I mean, just a phenomenal round of individual capability from Snake, turning himself into Saquon Barkley, flying high as the Eagles are this season, using that Oryx to its fullest potential. And again, it goes back to that idea that I propped up in map 1, that M80X, because they are still a team that is relatively new to this height of competitive scene, that they're going to have those gaps in their info. It was a problem in map 1, a little bit more of a problem in map 2, And in that round specifically, to start off their attack, it punished them. And they have to make sure that is a kink, a problem that they will iron out quickly, because it can snowball into a map-losing problem later on.
Already a presence inside of blue. M80X are likely to want to use a Capital Bolt to maybe flush out Snake here. There's no ADSs. There's no magnets.
They have blue.
They have blue. There's no one there to even fight that. JJ would have been, in my opinion, responsible for that. Like Aiden was, right? The smoke canisters, toxic babes. He would have had likely a Vulcan canister. M80X are trying to dissolve the problem that is the timing on this push. But JJ and Co ran into, they bought too much time. Aiden bought too much time previously. The Clash had too much time inside of blue. It created an easy funnel, an easy crossfire. M80X don't want to see that, so they're coming in fast. Stompin gets that first blood. G360 off to Recited. First floor could be a problem, but Emilio's got a top-down angle, suffocates the approach to Aiden, deals with them, and now Vic has been DB'd. A long range from Garage is very deadly, it seems like, but not enough to secure Vic bans. This is where you need these Capital bolts. The loss of the exothermic charge, job's done. That's arguably the best person to lose in this scenario. You want to get Rice over there with that Twitch drone, maybe try to clear out some more of the utility that's there, maybe the mirror window even. You got to sneak that through if the time even works for it, as here goes the smokes. They'll send the toxic babes, and you're just burning time here, as it's all up to Snake to read the room about when this Nitro needs to go out.
These smokes for now will be wasted. No attempt from M80 to clear this top floor. It is going to be free. Epic also jumping down to join his teammates. Also an external secondary C4. And with a minute on the clock, sure, that is relatively a lot of time. Now a C4 burned. It's just going to come down to this execution. If they can just get this plant down, potentially catch a defending player in their cross and shut them down. All they need is one pick, and this entire execution opens up for M80X.
It's on JJ to actually employ this strategy against Friendship & Co., where they went for the plant down in labs, using a Monte and then having a shield on the back of the player going for the plant. This maybe is an employment of something similar for M80X, get the Monty forward, try to get the plan afterwards, but despite all of this utility being expunged, all this utility being slowed, M80 are no closer. This is 2 minutes now of time bought, and down goes your Monty. Franklin reads the room wrong. The timing is incorrect. Epic stalled using their frost, but may not matter. Shield's going down. Vic able to have some level of assurance. Push can go. You're in the face. It is your denial. JJ, you just gotta get in there, they say. Don't respect them. What's there to respect? I will outgun you every single day of the week.
A round where not only M80X played it way too simple, had a lot of time, but that CC, or not CC, but server in blue position was given to them. M80X, tuber out to slow down the plant. 2 C4s recited all the way back, holding that deep angle in Garage, which keep in mind, he's been doing that all season. Last time that we saw these two teams play, or specifically JJ and Co play bank, that is an angle recited, hold it. And no pressure, no real effort to push that player out. Nobody going backside by elevator hatch, nobody inside gold hatch, nobody even applying pressure inside of Garage. Not one drone sending the message to Recited that all he has to do is jiggle peek, hold this long angle with the DMR, and just wait for a player to walk into his line of sight and shut him down. A round that JJ and Co played relatively stock and standard, but it was because M80X didn't do enough to shake it up.
I maybe had a little bit of a concern there that JJ was playing it too standard on site, too static, and could have wrapped somebody over to go down blue or something, but no, they didn't have to. Honestly, they should have been punished for not doing that, but they didn't. And it's one of these moments where we talk a lot about kind of adaptability, a team recovering, making up for mistakes, having the freedom to make those mistakes. The scoreline now is being tied, so there's wiggle room for both teams up until it gets to 6, and then a mistake leads to, infinite OT, or just OT or a loss in general. But you have to adapt on the fly, and again, M80X, all their eggs in one basket. Oh no, where'd all my eggs go? They're flopped on the floor next to your Capital that got DV'd and had to be picked up, next to your Montaigne that got DV'd and had to be picked up, and then next to your team that's dead surrounding you look like a corpse field, the flies floating everywhere, because JJ just runs into space, and nobody can apparently outgun the runner that just sprints at you, making a giant audio cue. Where is Franklin screaming in the comms for this? What a toss from the Selmas. Is giving a major sideline through stock?
I think so. I'm not. This is a round, and specifically a map where it forces M80X to play slow, play concise, and every small decision matters. And the timing with that Aruni gate on the Mira is poor, and because of it, that Mira's now off the board. Removes a line of sight. JJ has another one in his pocket. You don't have to worry. He doesn't have that Aruni gate to bury him. So just another shot from the Ash takes it out. Nothing really going on there. JJ just trying to find anything, but M80X not a clear path into the bomb site. Still have to fight a pick, an avenue, anything to get them an opening to get this bomb down.
I'm nearing tears. This is literally just pushing a boulder up a hill, the equivalent here. It's just an unreal experience that JJ's having to go through in there. Still has an angle over towards that square window. We saw a player tucked there previously for JJ and Co. when they're on the offense and we're holding for a post plant. Didn't matter at the end of the day. Keep barricades, yes, were a problem for them, but now they can employ them. And JJ's got that flank watch. This keep a barricade, like I said, is coming out in full force as JJ. I don't need a mirror window. I did it last round by running at you, but I'll do it this round by standing still. 3 for JJ. 2 in the round prior. Eat them up, gobble them up. It's Thanksgiving dinner out here for JJ.
And because of that, Merc more than likely coming out from the sidelines, and we'll take a listen and see what he has to tell.
We gotta bring the buck and
M80X.
clear the sky out of Jenny from below. Listen, they're trying to like counter strat all our old shit that they saw from like our past matches. I think we need to have more lurks on the map, Frank. Like on this next clear, when they go open, we need to send someone lurking into lobby, like into archives to kind of cut this guy off. We should probably have someone go up blue at the same time as well, just to see if we can get archive control fast. But let's slow down with the cheese and just start making these guys like actually do something. We're kind of forcing.
Just like on border.
Yeah, we're forcing our cheese a little bit too much. Let's slow it down. Let's like just bring default clear ops and just clear them out of their spots and make them move. Let's bring Ace. Let's clear open. Like if they go CEO again, let's do a lobby take with like the Montaigne and just have people move around, and just get on windows and shit. But just keep calling like lurks around the map, Frank. Like these guys are kind of just looking like one direction at the same time.
Am I not wrong? Window repel simulator, it feels like a lot of what that divulge goes into for upstairs once again for CEO. Get players on windows, get these sight lines. I don't know if that necessarily is an answer for just how hard that was in the first place, but you won't have to see it. They won it, so they can't play it for quite a while. That one was a little bit too clean from JJ and Co. I mean, you're just going to have to hope that they never have to see it again and then close out the next few just to send it through. There will always be a chance. Even if you go flawless from here, JJ and Co. can still, in fact, go back there to tie things up.
Yeah. 5 backs, round by round, continues to look even more likely. I really love that timeout from Merc, calling that adaptation, realizing that M80X were falling, if it wasn't directly, relatively back into their similar strats that they had in the previous matchups, understanding that JJ and Co. were a step ahead, understanding and realizing what M80X were going to do on their attack before they did it. Calling out that they want more lurks, trying to catch these JJ and Co. players that are extended a little bit further than they should be off guard. You have the Brava. You also have a Twitch and a Dokkaebi to back up this info. Something that M80X has done phenomenally is that if they change up their game plan, they will bring the defender, or not the defenders, but the operators and the utility to back it up.
Utility consumption simulator was something I harped on earlier. Felt like that's the old meta of Siege, and this young new blood, as Mason calls it, this new prime of Siege, these players that are kind of brewing that in, feel like they're trying to stray away from it, but at the same time, we're starting to realize utility is still kind of being consumed. It's still being dumped out heavily. It's still a primary focal point, both on offense and on defense, and no matter how much you can eventually default, like JJ did 2 rounds prior down a basement, to running it at the competition and killing, it all starts, the prime, the focal, with that, oh god, the strategy and the util being consumed as Stompin'. Good lord, there's no reason why Emilio should ever have continued to peek that the moment they saw that it was going to be the Dokkaebi there, but they test their luck and the gamble goes the other way.
Good thing for JJ and Co. is they are able to find Aiden out of that exchange, come out, even traded, haven't lost anything nor gained anything. But again, Snake's still upstairs. They understand that there might be somebody up here. Or rather, with these drones, it looks like they have no idea whatsoever. Another flank in lurk from Snake. If he times it correctly, he could shut down this entire attack and get that map point.
65 seconds, still 4 players for both sides. Snake's working, still clearing out this top floor, just holding on to this position. Nobody's contesting this from M80X. Epic's also holding on staircase. Rice has stock there right next to each other in the process, but Rice is really focused in on one point, that hatch. Now you've got a player just fighting close to beepers. Sent out now. Sided's been dealt with. Snake swings in at the right time to deal with Rice. That was kind of an expected fight. They're right next to each other, just a couple seconds away. Stompin' does remove Epic from the equation. Now you've got Snake's ability to swing forward, and here comes JJ, sees the barrel of one, deals with Vic, but it's a 2-on-2. Diffuser is down, shots connect, Franklin's low, but JJ doesn't have a great weapon for this distance and has to start to pivot. Makes the choice, player up above in square, take the one on side fast, and you've very well got a shot to secure something for yourself. But stomping up above, the EBR, and this DMR can just lock it down. You don't have to peek this, JJ! But the choice is made, and you've got to lie within the filth you've written for yourself. Stompin', crowned through on round 10, gives M80X finally some leeway in a round win to tie us back up now 5-5.
The lack of consistent info, the lapse of judgment for M80 almost costed them that entire round. But when M80 has an opportunity, when they are down in the dumps and they need somebody to lift them up, Stompin' continues to be that player. A lot of people have said that Stompin' does get glazed quite a bit, but in situations like these, even with 4 swings, poor decisions from players like JJ, you still need an attacker to put up a good gameplay. Take advantage of these opportunities. Time these swings almost down to a T. And that's exactly what Stompin' did in that round and has done it in this entire series.
I wonder someone who says Stompin' gets glazed quite a bit, who says a lot of choice words when it comes to Stompin'. Klimps. At Klimps. A lot of choice words. You guys would love to hear what goes on behind the scenes, but it is a it is something. All right, resident forehead over on our desk. Always had some choice words for it. Still does to this day. Shots going out. That's damage that gets dealt to, I believe, recited at the time. Trying to step away. No cut being held. There's no really cut available for M80X. They'll clear the Stereo Gate on top. Just use the smoke canister for it. Now Aiden can use one of their Twitch drones to step on through this back alley side into electrical and clear out the default, as well as maybe any other utility that's in our last objective of choice, and maybe something closer towards blue, because we do know that M80X were very swift about getting in through blue and having control of it. Do they replicate that same success? They got it! The mirror window. It's been dropped, and now JJ and co, those players are stuck up there. Because they've got blue now. They've got the cutoff for any attempt to step back in towards sight. They do a hatch. He's already in there. You have drop control right here.
On top of that, they get rid of the Mira. They get an opening pick. They shut down Recited. And now are taking his vertical control. Applying a little bit of pressure. They just need one swing to go their way. That last JJ and co player vacates down those marble stairs. Gives this control of open area. These hatches to M80X. Both are open. JJ and co are being absolutely crushed bit by bit onto this bomb site. It just comes down to the positions, the execution, the decisions coming out from these last 5 M80X players.
JJ and co. Epic's being tracked as of the moment, but not much more you can do with that. Just ensure they're down on the floor below. No Deimos. Have the instantaneous tracking position and ability to fire through. With the floor being so hard, it's not a solid choice in the first place. Rice is able to eviscerate JJ, who was so pivotal to the success, the last attempt on this basement side. M80X may well just punch their ticket into a match and series point scenario. But with 5 up, there's still chances for impossible things to arise as Aiden just has an angle of a lifetime, and Snake just doesn't have the understanding about where they are in relation to that hatch and the angle. That's something that it comes with experience, and there should be no lack of experience for this player. A 5-on-1 now. Epic can't survive Stompin's gun. The FMG9 now swinging forward. Emilio just runs into space before looking upon them. Surrogate or not, they don't care. The round felt lost the moment the first two and that Twitch drone got a hold of the mirror window up above. JJ & Co.'s extension fell flat, and the team falls flat on their back because of it.
M80X on the cusp, a round away from amateur North American Rainbow Six Siege history. The only thing that stands in their way is yet another Lockers defense, just trying to work their way. JJ & Co. absolutely being dismantled that last round, getting rid of that mirror, shutting down Recited on the top floor, forcing that last additional player that was playing right next to him to fall down to Marble Stairs, getting both hatches open, finding isolated player after isolated player, also getting that mirror looking onto the A bomb site right by Gold so early on. M80X playing so free in that round, and it has granted them with an opportunity. And JJ & Co. on the side of the other coin, they now have to play against their backs.
Highlighted how good Recited has been in map 1 and map 2. A little bit worse in map 2 in comparison to map 1. Map 3, Ghosted. Map 4 is a participant, but this participation has only gotten them a little bit more the better spot in this game than in the map prior and getting in border. Stompin has come out of nowhere, though a lot of players, I'm assuming, and people expected this, but in comparison to where they have been all day, this is the best showing on an individual level to elevate this team. Labs was good, but they may have just secured with a single player's position, their possession, their playstyle, a way through to the Crucible Grand Finals and a victory in it. Snake has been spotted upstairs. Will have to rotate away from that drone. Doesn't want to give up this position, but quickly having pressure from both sides. One repel over towards Square, and another one just waiting to swing that door. Maybe put someone stock. Nitro is just primed, and Snake is falling for the bait for the audio cue of Vic just going up and down upon the rappel. That's a Nitro that's no longer there, and your only Nitro on top of that for your team.
I'm gonna now waste it. A phenomenal roam on this top floor. JJ is able to find one, but Aiden, he's hit the bomb site. JJ & Co., they've been hit blindsided, and Aiden, he's able to find two or one.
You still have possession, though, with Diffuser close to sight. You do get dusted. Huge use the shotgun from range from Emilio, but you're being wrapped through the flank by Stompin. No noise. The Nook, silent as can be in a nade to claim space and free up the opportunity to fall back further to garage without being rushed. They're playing a long drone from down below and swapping to the one they have covering them. Despite all of this, the fact that your diffuser was left on that drop, that hot drop through bank, through vault, and the fact that Stompin can't get into that space by themselves safely, or it doesn't feel they can just yet. Snake is this close. Unlucky from Snake. Diffuser is still a nigh impossibility.
All that JJ & Co. have to do is just play their crossfires. They have an even man count. They know where the diffuser is. They just have to wait for M80X to make the first move. And Stompin trying to fend somebody off guard. He's able to find one, but is downed.
It's a 2-on-1. Vic has to play a perfect match. Spots them at the last second, but it already transitioned over to the opposing door. You know they're off inside a locker, but they just don't have the safety at which to extend because they don't know where the second player is. They'll go hard and heavy with a pre-fire. Taking damage from the Boss G, 1 HP. Vic could very well be sneezed upon and fall into the afterlife. And won't even need it. The Boss G rips through their final little bit of HP. It takes no prisoners. And it sends us into another overtime scenario on the docket. JJ & Co. They wanted it. They want Consulate. And I still am of the opinion if they get to Consulate, they very well may take it.
You know, Scott, it has been a very long journey for not only the both of us, the production team, but specifically for these two teams. And now going into overtime, JJ and Co., they have found an opportunity. They've bought themselves an extra couple rounds at life, but M80X is still right at their doorstep, knocking, waiting to shut them down. And again, we're going to have to see how deep both of these teams and how deep their bag really is. M80X, no matter if we go 10 more rounds or just 2, they will have defense 2 times. You win one, you go on to lose the next, you go back down to defense. One team is going to have to break the trend on the attack.
So the clash on this defense from M80X in the first attempt from it, from JJ and Co.'s offense. It single-handedly, it feels like, was the devolution of JJ and Co.'s entire offensive front and where a lot of their problems started. There's no clash on the board for M80X, which is similar to what we saw in their second attempt on this defense, where the hot shot from JJ and Co. was browsed, and unfortunately, they were then forced to browse on their phone for the next 40 seconds, waiting for their next teammate to die, because they all just quickly got executed in the drop-in through vault. JJ and Co. need to find, after having 6 rounds to kind of break things down and having their own defense to kind of think through and understand and say, this is a new angle. I didn't think about this angle. I got shot from this angle when I was on defense. To try to evolve their parallel play through this offense. And it looks like it's trying to be started and sung through on this top floor, where Recited gets a crazy shot to stomp in, and that is your pivot player, your key player to knock off the board.
I mean, just look at everybody else on M80X. 7-9, 3-7. Aiden and Rice, not that far behind Stompin', but a really stellar opening clear. A majority of the team, almost all of them, aside from one on that top floor, with one goal, is to kill whoever was there, whoever rotated back. I talked about, right before we started this map, how the rotation back to the bomb site away from your extended positions as a defensive team, that timing was going to be pivotal, and it has punished Stompin' and M80X in this round here.
Excalibur pellets off towards hatched into blue. And Aiden saw the clash here prior. They want to stick here right now with the Toxic Babes, but they're gonna get back to sight. They just want to sit here. Flash goes in. Aiden's in a bad spot. Shotgun out in hand. You've got fire bolts that you can send there just the same. There's in a smoke on the other side. They're stuck hiding within Epic. Maybe Aiden just gets back. This is unreal. No, thankfully, if you're JJ and Co., you knock off the Toxic Babe wielder of smoke. 60 seconds left. In terms of utility that can be sent back your way, there's 2 impacts and a nitro, and in any of those Vulcan canisters that are still in play, one now having just been detonated. You've taken this foothold inside of blue that, well, it looks like M80X are wanting to use themselves and now torn it out from under them. You want to clear these Vulcan canisters, but Franklin and Vic just strip away 2 on the side of JJ and Co.'s offense.
That's defuse.
Candela out. 26 seconds. Where is your diffuser, JJ? Epic has so much space they can theoretically claim, but they have to step through the fire and the flames and sent to hell thereafter. What an impossible recovery from M80X, but we've said they're the best team in terms of recovery stats, no matter what the odds seem to be.
M80X listening to their coach. Merc bringing a wealth of knowledge to this team, bringing in structure. Rice also doing a lot of his own work, even with losing the opening pick. This recovery from M80X is, in my opinion, the stark contrast between a winning and losing team. It is why it's gotten them this far, not only in T3, but in this series, this best of 5 solely. The fact to stand their ground, not overswing, not try to be over-aggressive to just get a pick. Just to get that extra kill to make yourself feel a little bit better. They're not doing that. They're trusting what they have, their teammates standing next to them, holding those crossfires, allowing for JJ and Co. to be the ones to overextend. A horrible drop from them. Drops defuse and 2 players with it. And right there and then is where that round ended for JJ and Co. And now M80X yet again on series points.
How many problems once again can arise for a JJ and Co offense that everything looks to be panned perfectly and then it falls apart? It's just mentally, it's something hard to overcome. But JJ has been quoted as saying, swing, don't care if you die, don't care if you lose a round, and don't care if you lose a map. Well, you're gonna care if you lose this map. You're gonna care if you lose this round. You can't just swing and kill. There's got to be a whole lot more for their team. I know you feel more comfortable doing this. There's got to be a little bit more. Rotero drone doesn't really go exactly where they wanted it to. I think they messed up the jump initially. It is what it is. Drone will be placed inside of main just to get some intel. Second Rotero goes out. Now a third. Aiden is just sending out all of their utility. To be fair, if you die and you still have utility in the back pocket, you'll argue, where was it? Why was it not used? Might as well try to knock it out as best as you can, as they now have only one drone remaining. They'll send out a normal one for as much information as humanly possible, as JJ and Co.'s defense up on this top floor is very solidified and has not had too many knocks pegged against them by M80X just yet.
You can see just moving slowly, using this attacking utility to clear the defender's utility. Rice also below, trying to set up this vertical to apply additional pressure to try and clear out JJ out of this janitor's closet position. JJ prone, the exact same place he was before. Close. But he might not know. Aiden with the opening onto Recited. And here comes the vertical below from Rice.
Flashbang's in up over the top. Rice can't really act on this just yet, but they know the player is here. It's just a matter of time as smoke canisters go out and the glass starts to watch in. They want to make sure no one can peek that angle. But there's two sides to every coin, and you've got to hit your shots there, stopping for Rice into another. Down goes Stomp, and it's a 4-on-2, but Snake is dead, and it's just Emilio. And no more Emilio. M80X get the round when needed. GG no re, says the console kiddos of the M80X roster. 8-6 on bank in a 3-1 series for the Crucible Grand Finals, Goose.
Old champions fall. We talked about how a new era will be rushed in, and it's a King's era now. Stompin' in his very first T3 league, learning how to play keyboard and mouse just 2 months ago, waltzes in and takes the crown. Throughout every single team, the sky is the limit for this roster, and they showed in the collapse after Element 4, going now into Challengers League, that they are a very hard opponent in force that wants to take it all, and for now, they do.
JJ was quoted as having said they felt confident going into this one here, Goose. They thought they could beat this team, but this felt like two teams that played very similarly, that act very similarly, that are as talkative as much of each other, right? It feels like two teams of like-minded ideas clashing heads, like watching goats just slam heads against each other, giraffes whip their necks around and beat the tar out of each other, right? This was what this grand finals turned into, and one of you has to be crowned the victor, and one of them has already been the self-proclaimed king for a long time, and the king must sit within their throne. So much could have changed. I think the biggest problem was going to be the fact that Border went so wrong. Labs didn't go the way you wanted, JJ, but Goose, they made up for it on Chalet. Border, I don't think there's any excuse for having it go just as bad as it did when you played so well in comparison to Cruelty.
I mean, it just overall a phenomenal series, phenomenal play by M80X. A lot of people saying that they would come in, only rely on their mechanics, but when you have skill in skill, you need strategy to find who is better. That's going to be all from me and you. We've got the desk to wrap it up. Enjoy them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as M80X are your inaugural Crucible champions, taking down JJ and Co. 3-1, no decider needed. Mason, they've done it.
The console kids and Rice come from out of nowhere, out of the block. A team that didn't have many expectations, but they talked the talk at the beginning of the season through qualifiers. They were one of the best teams to come through the group stage, and in playoffs, they just got better and better and better, and they got the job done in their first ever tournament. Stompin's first ever tournament on PC. He wins. That is very impressive out of this young team.
Yeah, the king has definitely earned his crown, Yali, as the rest of his team definitely were no slouches either. Everybody stepping up when they needed to.
Yeah, Aiden, Taxi, IGL, I want to give a shout out too, because this team, not only do they have the young gunners that they need, but they have the adaptability, the ideas. They've got the coaching staff Merc that giving them as well just lots of different ideas to go through, execute, and execute. They do, taking down JJo. I mean, if you had told me they were going to do that at the beginning of the season, and here we are. The young gunner generation pulling it out of the bag.
And especially if you told me this after Element, where Bands Coast, now M80 Academy, they looked like they had promise. They looked like they still had a long way to go, Mason.
They needed to learn a lot more about themselves, and also some of the roster moves that they made definitely helped. Obviously, one of them being the king himself that we've referenced many a times here, Stompin', who would honestly be my MVP of this matchup, of this series, of the season for M80X. He has been an absolute menace to these PC teams, and coming in for the first time ever on PC and mouse, very, very, very good. Very impressive player overall. And in this grand final, he continued to lay down the pressure, lay down the incredible performance he's given all season against JJ.
And Yali, he's only 17. It feels like the world is his oyster. He can continue to get better and better.
Yeah, I can think of a handful of 17-year-old players, 16-year-old players from a little while ago from a little team called Aerial Rise Academy, and Stompin' kind of gives me flashbacks to that. Many of those players, I believe literally all of those players, going on to Pro League except for Uzi, who is obviously still a very well-known figure in the Siege community. And Stompin', already a well-known figure, absolutely has the best ahead of him. He's already on M80 as an org. Like, this kid has got it set up, and he'd be a fool not to take advantage of it.
And with that, we do have the opportunity to have an interview with the coach of M80 Academy. Merc, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. I mean, I'm proud of these guys for the work they've been putting in since they just switched from console and shit. And just lots of work to keep working on, and moving forward, we want to fucking win CL and make Pro League together, so feels
yeah,
good.
There's definitely some good aspirations for this team, but going into an event like Crucible, where your team was kind of licking their wounds a little bit from a kind of rough Element, to come in and show so much improvement immediately, what necessarily went in behind the scenes that got this result?
Just a lot of fundamental work. Like, I know they have a lot of talent when it comes to aim and like awareness and everything like that, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to coach these guys. Is I think that they needed a lot of fundamentals and like PC knowledge that they didn't have because they were coming from console, and I think that I could help provide that, and we've just been working on it ever since.
And now, probably the person that we've talked about the most with this roster has been Stompin'. He's 17, he has so much potential. Have you really seen a player like him before?
I mean, I've teamed with Bolo, and like he reminds me a lot of Bolo with his awareness and his aim, and just being an all-around like well-rounded player. There's obviously like work to be done with like team play and shit like that, because he's a younger guy and he's newer to the scene, but yeah, he's super talented. I'm excited to see where he goes in the future.
I mean, I think calling him like a mini Bolo is already a huge compliment, so he's definitely got that potential. But now, looking forward with this team and your role in particular, you're an undefeated coach. Every event that you have coached, you have now won. Is this your new role forever? Are you maybe done? Are you hanging up the mouse for playing and gonna stay coaching?
Yeah, I really want to pursue coaching. I actually just got a T1 offer a couple days ago, and ended up turning it down. I think that this is just a better route for me. I think I can use my knowledge to teach younger players and help them come up and, you know, experience the game that I've experienced it at. And I'm just enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. And I don't think anything's going to change with me coaching you.
I definitely respect just finding the new area that you will find success in, and I'm sure you're going to be very successful. But before we wrap up the interview, I do want to give you the floor to give any shout outs or any final words that you have.
I want to shout out Marco, obviously, from M80 for just giving these guys a shot and making them feel welcomed into an org and, you know, supporting us and being there for these guys. And I just want to thank these guys for listening to me and respecting what I have to say and trusting me and trusting everything we work on and just, you know, moving forward as a team.
Thank you so much, Merc. I'm sure you can go have fun, celebrate with the boys. And we're going to be bringing back the desk now. Yali, Mason, you in particular, you did get challenged yesterday by a certain titular man of the losing team to recreate something. He was very angry at Eddie. So if we want to pull up his full cam, we've got the JJ.
JJ, you wanted me to recreate, and, well, you just got smoked by the console kids in the Crucible. You still have not won a T3 event as that main guy of the team. And for that, since you lost 3-1, you're getting 3 big booms, baby! 3 big booms! Boom! 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 That's what you get, JJ! Come on, you gotta beat the console kids, bro! What's going on, man? Bring back the desk. Let's wrap this show up, huh?
For all the shit talk that JJ said, he wasn't able to back it up. I was also hoping that you were going to finish the whole GIF and throw your tablet across the room.
I was not throwing my tablet across the room. I was not doing it.
I think personally it would have been worth it. But Yali, we might have just seen the birth of a new dynasty here in T3, and maybe even a roster as Challenger Series will be coming up eventually. That might be pushing a T2 dynasty.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, M80X is one of those teams that has just kind of come out of the woodwork, and seeing their improvement from the very beginning is absolutely insane. The fact that Merc is willing to turn down tier 1 offers to just sit in and help this growing team. I mean, as a former coach myself, it kind of brings a bit of a tear to my eye. But it's truly so important to come in and help these guys grow. And they are growing, right? I mean, even just going into today, stomping... You know, Merc mentioned he's a talented kid and he's got a long ways to go. One of those things he's got to do is learn team play well. His trade went from 19%, which is already good, to at the end of the day today, 22%, which is just an absurd jump. Like, in one day. So, every single day, every single map, Aiden said it, literally every single map, they're improving. And they're not going to stop. Challenger Series is absolutely set in their sights, and I don't know when Stompin turns 18, but when he does, I'm sure he's going to be making his way into the big leagues.
The big leagues might just be shaking as there's a disturbance in the force. But congratulations to M80, and thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to our stats team, our replay operator, observers, casters, and our producers. So much work goes in behind the scenes to make an event like this happen. And of course to the viewers, thank you all so much for spending time with us, and we'll be back eventually with another event.